Başlıyor muyuz? Başlıyoruz. Aynen. Evet, günün ilk sunumu.
Good morning. This is the first presentation of today. This is Mustafa Dilshan, Program Manager at Eurovent Certificates. We have a panel session today with two of our colleagues, Beyza and Arun, as well. Beyza Aykurt is analyst and Orhun Aksoy is sales manager in Boreas. Let me introduce you to Eurovent as a company. It is an accredited organization that provides certifications since 1993, and it has 44 certification programs, conducts more than 1,500 tests per year, and it has more than 750 member companies. And the purpose of this company, of Eurovent, let me explain that the unit performance or characteristics may not always be true. Let me give you some example from the tests we performed. This is the air conditioning central tests, and loss of pressure in exchangers were made as a test, and we saw the results, and we saw that the efficiency in exchanger was less than minus 5% difference. And this may create an annual additional cost of 50,000 Turkish lira per year only for one unit. And the purpose of the establishment of Eurovent is to prevent such results and outcomes. We may also say that these would lead to infections to more than 20,000 people in Europe. So, as Eurovent, we are here to resolve such types of issues and validate the values that were stated. And after our air conditioning central certification started in 1998, we created other certifications over time, and in 2017 we created these hygienic unit certifications for AHU air handling unit certifications. This starts with a declaration. There's an annual cycle, and we first of all validate the selected software, and then depending on the number of or range of units, we perform tests in independent accredited laboratories, and we make benchmarks, comparisons, depending on the results and outcomes of these tests, so that users can access accurate information. Following this step, we audit the factories and manufacturing fields. If everything is according to the standards, then we can introduce and provide the accreditation, and this becomes public on our website. And let me tell you that the AHU unit tests are done according to the certifications of filtering performance, acoustic performance, exhaust performance. And in the model box tests, we perform tests based on EN 1886. In our hygienic AHU units, these cover optional, which is selected by the manufacturer, which is already certified. So if the manufacturer, if the user has this already, the hygienic, already the certification, they can provide this another certification, and there are 3 levels. And apart from certification 2, the standards are getting more stricter. And apart from 2, the products are called hygienic friendly, and after 2 it can be used for hospital, and at level 3 it can be used for food manufacturing and levels of high hospital levels. And we can put these into three main certifications, into 3 main headlines. There are 59 different requirements that need to be filled, and these can vary in different types, and it can range from procedures to batteries or to specifications of materials, and requirements change depending on these. Let me give you an example. Let's say cross-contamination in an exchanger may have different requirements depending from level 1 to 3, and the leakage rate may be in level 1, perhaps the requirement is less than 5%. However, in level 2, this requirement becomes a working condition. In level 3, we look for a higher hygiene, and if there's a round exchanger, round heat exchanger, the specific fan positioning would be inappropriate to this level. So that we check to avoid any cross-contaminations from exhaust in level 3. And this table provides information about other classifications such as corrosion class, and this is in line with VDI 6022, and these are also specified in level 3, and these may be more stricter requirements, and these are depending on the decisions taken in our committees. One of the key topics is that Eurovent aims to clarify the open points in VDI 6022 standards. For instance, in VDI 6022, in 2 paragraphs, some articles, there is a sentence that says sufficient space should be in place in the maintenance and cleaning. However, there's not much detail, and these are accepted as hygienic AHU air conditioning unit centrals. However, depending on different modules, there are certain spaces that are required. So as Eurovent, we specify and clarify these details. This will be my presentation. Thank you for listening, and I hope I haven't taken too much time. We have developed an application. When you enter this application, you can choose the space, and then you can choose device and components, and it shows you which requirements are needed for which component. You can use this QR code, or you can visit our stand and we can use this app together. Thank you very much. And let me add that Donatien Lambert is our program manager for hygienic air conditioning units, and he will be ready in our stand to answer any of your questions. Thank you very much, and I'd like to celebrate the holiday of Republic and the centennial of the Republic. This is Beyza Aykurt from Eurovent Marketing Intelligence, and I will talk about one of the products. In addition to Mustafa's presentation, I will talk about numbers and compare Turkey and Europe data. In terms of in the Europe, the market has reached 2.9 billion euros in terms of air conditioning centrals, and nearly 5% of this share is being represented by Turkey, which is 148 billion euros. In terms of the units sold, the total Europe market represents 280,000 units, and 6.4% of this is from Turkey, which corresponds to 19,000 units in 2022. Turkey has an important point in Europe, and in terms of revenues from sales, it ranks 7th, and in terms of the countries, it ranks 5th. In terms of AHU products, Turkey is very different from the Europe market. Europe market has smaller units, and they are frequently maintained, and in Turkey market we have larger units. We use larger units with higher air capacity. These are the most common units that's sold in Turkey. If you look at the top 10 European markets, we can see that Turkey is number 1 at the top of this market, with a big difference from Italy, and this is in terms of the airflow rate. In terms of energy classifications, energy classes, Europe market is closer to class A energy, and most of the Europe is A and A plus energy level. However, in Turkey, this is the opposite. In the Turkey markets, most of the market is in C or D classification. Top 10 European countries, we continue with the benchmark. In the North European countries, as you would guess, have a higher energy level, and they raise this average. So they are A, B, and then unfortunately Turkey is at the C level together with Russia. In terms of the heat exchangers, heat recovery exchangers, Turkey and Europe's market is quite similar in this respect in terms of heat recovery units. We are very similar with Europe. However, again, the North European countries have a higher average in this. In terms of comparison with other equipments, the compressor units and controlled units, we have some parallels with the Europe market. However, in terms of integrated controlled units, we are below European market. And in compact unit categories, we can see that 55% of the market in Europe consists of compact units, and in Turkey this is only 9%. In terms of application fields, I will refer to Mustafa's presentation here as well. In terms of hygienic AHU units, health sector, these has almost 10% of these units. So the health sector consists 10%. And industry process consists of 11%. When we look at Turkey, health sector has the second most importance after OEM, and industrial press is 7% in Turkey, and this shows that Turkey, in terms of AHU certification, Turkey is one of the countries that can benefit from this certification. It is one of the countries that will most benefit from this certification. This will be my presentation. This is our team. We are Eurovent Market Intelligence. We are a statistics office that provides data about Europe climatization market, and we provide this data and information as a service. If you have any questions on my presentation, you may visit our stand or you can contact me from our website. Thank you very much.
Merhabalar önce.
Good morning. Thank you very much for taking the time. How many minutes do we have? 5 minutes, sir? Do we have 5 minutes? Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for being here. Mustafa and Beyza. There are people whose presentations I love watching. That's why it's a great pleasure to be now at the same stage as them. And we were going through our presentations, and the topics that we wanted to present are quite important for the industry and for the stakeholders of this industry. This is why I'm quite excited, and I would like to thank them for their remarks. But I'll talk about the producers' perspective. We are one of the member producers of this association. We are going to be talking about certification and the positive aspects of being certified as a producer. Well, for example, on the side of marketing, on the side of customers trust, what kind of implications does a certification have there? We'll talk about that. So we're going to go from the general picture to the more detailed picture. I will talk about Eurovent certification, and I will talk about what kind of differences it entails, the customer group, the industry, the producers, what kind of benefits will it bring, and we have a study case there. At Boreas, we have recently finished a hospital project. I will talk about that. Mustafa, Beyza, I will get back to them. I will make some references to them. And I will probably have the chance to have a Q&A session, well, for all of us actually. Eurovent certification and its importance, we're all stakeholders of this industry, but let's just talk about it a bit. It is an independent confirmation accreditation institution. It brings trust with the science, so it basically certifies the stakeholders in the industry. It's an independent organization, but the core issue here is trust. But you need to do what's necessary for this trust. First, you need to back it up with scientific data and the feedback from the industry. This is how you need to support it. This is how you need to build the trust that is needed, and then you prove yourself, you demonstrate that you are worthy of people's trust. And environmental factors are there, energy savings, the evolution and development of the industry, continuity and recyclability. These are all the visions of Eurovent, but what matters is trust and science. And hygiene, well, it is aptly named. And as we go deeper and deeper, we understand that it's basically based on hygiene and focused on hygiene and European-driven standards, European-based standards, delivering health assurance. And Eurovent's hygiene certification provides us with safe and secure products. So hygiene and healthy products, hygienic and healthy products, when you have these certifications and when you use these solutions, so you can guarantee that to your consumers as well. Contamination, and this is not, we are talking about not viruses or bacteria, we're talking about any contamination that may harm human life. And the third and first point, they are interlinked, and once you have yourself certified, you can guarantee your products as well. And the customer trust comes along with the certification. Rather than losing the trust of my clients, I'd rather lose money. We always see that code, and you are preferred more and more, and your trade partnership continues if you have yourself certified. So this is quite important as a producer, and this is how we can go to our customers. This is one of the most important benefits and advantages. Yes, hygiene and health and certification processes of Eurovent, and what we take as a basis, VDI DIN. There are European standards, and they're mostly originating from Germany, and they're more focused on Germany, Europe, but in different parts of the world, in different fields and areas, European standards are applicable. Yes, they're also important, but standards and the focus market, it's mostly the European market, we can say. And as Beyza said, healthcare industry in Europe is a valuable industry. We see that by looking at the requests conveyed to us and how they approach it. And healthcare industry ranking the second is not really surprising after OEM. And independent assessment evaluation, well, a certification institution doing that, acting as an independent authority for certification is important, and it is basically the only point where the trustworthiness of a producer can be confirmed, and you need to really do what's necessary for that, because you are dealing with science and you're dealing with important topics, and you need a reference point. Yes, hygiene and healthcare, we talked about it, and competitive edge and sustainability. Producers, we sell our products as producers, and we need certain benefits with that, and we need to stand by some scientific solutions, and this will always bring us some sustainable benefits and competitive edge. As for producers, why do I stand by Eurovent certification? What kind of advantages compared to other certifications? The most important topic is well, we all have a selection program for AHUs, and this AHU should be integrated. So predefined rules are there in the selection program, but if you don't do the right selection, you cannot get the hygiene certification. And it shows that you didn't have the right selection, and in this case, you're going to fail to produce the right product. And Eurovent to selection program without this, like Eurovents, it would be quite difficult for you. The second is the related hygienic AHUs, and you need to be running it together with your other activities, and they're not mutually exclusive. So if I'm failing at one point, if I'm failing at my production, it's going to have an impact on the other production lines that I have. So any positive or negative impact will be transferable, so we cannot independently assess them. You need to maximize your quality, or when you fail, when you make a mistake, you're going to be impacted from both angles. And this is one thing that we focus most of the time. Well, high standards, constant audits, and the ability to have this feeling of trust. And it's quite important. Where do we use hygiene certification of Eurovent? Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. He cited at Level 3, he talked about DIN and Eurovent's summits and workshops and working groups. All the rigid decisions taken there, standards have become more strict, and this is Level 3, and Level 2 covers more like a BDI, And in the areas of use, we look at these BDI levels, and we can change them depending on the levels. But one thing is related with healthcare facilities and premises. Let's not only assume it as hospitals. We can think of laboratories or clean chamber applications. They're not, well, for example, or it's not necessarily confined to hospital rooms. We need some clean chamber applications in workshops, for example, or painting workshops. So level 2, level 3 are valid here, and this is how we become more preferable. Food processing facilities, human health. The food that we eat and the hygiene of these are important, and this is where the certification is meaningful. And pharmaceutical production, well, this is an important area for us as well. And level 2, level 3 practices would fall under the scope of that. But interior environment, air quality could be improved, or this area of trust could be improved as well in two spots. One is shopping malls, and the second is public buildings, where the footfall is really high and where the air that people breathe is important. So you can use the hygiene certified products at level 2 and level 3 for hotels and for accommodation facilities. You also may want to improve interior air and your life, and to what extent you're going to introduce Eurovent hygiene certification. Even at the point of specifications being established, you can introduce the levels and you can introduce Eurovent certification. And here are the advantages. And well, by the way, this is a city hospital project that we've completed. It's a city hospital with a bed capacity of 950. 92 AHUs were ordered, and 62 of them were hygiene devices. Hygiene devices, especially on the bottom part. Eurovent mechanical values, you can see. You can reach it on its official website until the reference and cases, all the values, you can see that. It's quite transparent for the certification part. For the company and for the case, all the options can be accessed clearly. But I will talk about the mechanical values of my own company, Boreas. The battery you're going to use, even the fin range of that in Eurovent's relevant facilities, you can see its requirements. No matter what happens, any producer and the devices that they get, the mechanical benchmarks, and being able to see that is important. At Boreas, we have another design for hygiene practices in order to prevent dirt to accumulate. We have different practices. This is the method that we follow, and with the help of Eurovent certification, well, it's a city project, city hospital project, but we have already dealt with all these issues. Well, this is all from my side. I would like to thank you for your attention. And I'd like to celebrate our centennial year. Happy Republic Day. if you have questions. And if not, I think we've already run up our time. So for the next session, we are leaving the stage for other colleagues, I guess.
Tamamdır. Teşekkür ederiz tekrardan.
Başlayabiliriz. Merhaba, sesim geliyor. Hoş geldiniz. Öncelikle kendimi
Hi, welcome. Let me introduce myself. This is Gökhan Ünlü. I am a machine engineer and I have been working for 18 years as design manager. I also have different roles in certain NGOs, and I've started with Turkish association. For fitting installment, I'm also commission head for BIM Commission. Before I start, I'd like to celebrate centennial of the Republic of Turkey and express my gratitude to our founder Atatürk and his comrades. Today we will talk about the BIM Commission, its responsibilities. ISK has some responsibilities in BIM Commission. First of all, what is BIM? We have all actually become familiar with this, but this is about digitalization of the construction sector, which is the sector that lags behind in the digitalization, and it is a Turkish abbreviation. It's Building Information Model, abbreviation of these three words, and aims to bring all stakeholders in this sector. Why is this necessary? Because European Construction for Observatory report states that the EU construction sector, it states that 94% of the EU construction sector consists of micro companies, which has less than 9 employees. So, from end to end in a construction, from design to delivery, more than 100 companies take role. So information exchange between these stakeholders can have some issues. This is where BIM intervenes, and it helps all this information to be collected in the same platform, and there is a successful information flow between all of these partners. Let's look at the EU and the world. The EU recommends BIM in public institutions, and in many public institutions, BIM methods have become mandatory. There are also some mandatory requirements in other areas, for example, rail system investments or the other investments in terms of dams. In the United States, it is mandatory. In addition, in some EU countries, the licenses for construction can be allowed or checked through the BIM system. And in Turkey, there's an ongoing work on this as well. In the coming period, in the project approval processes, we will be expecting it to be digital over the BIM process. In Turkey, this started with the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality Railway Systems Office, and they said that starting from 2016, they wanted to have all projects over BIM. And then, after this IBB, Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality, the Ministry of Transportation have also accepted this, and they are being used in all metro stations, and BIM method is being used in metros and tunnels. When it comes to private sector, it is a preferred method of specification to resolve issues about the lack of communication, and now these are being sold through digital channels. Turkish engineers also use as a mandatory requirement when they do projects outside of Turkey. So our sector is already familiar with this. In many international projects, this is being used in Turkey, in airport projects, other centers, and also Turkish engineers use this in their international projects when they do outside of Turkey. So the construction sector in Turkey in design and manufacturing is becoming ready for BIM. Many large companies are already ready for the BIM. So what we are doing in BIM is that we take all the building site processes to the digital. So we do not specify the equipments, but we install digital elements that have the capacity details of these. So capacities are being created in the project details, templates. When the design is ready, we do not already we identify the metrics one by one, but we put it in a digital way. There's a sum of barriers. One of them is that software for BIM is very costly, and educated and talented skill force is lacking, and the sector consists of micro companies, as I told you, less than 9 people. So with small budgets affording these large costs of software, they may not put enough resources into this. So this can be a barrier into moving into BIM. However, BIM affects design efficiency as well. It's not only for construction, but it has the potential to increase efficiency because it works over a database. So if there's some kind of coding automation, if we invest in these, and then we can say that many repetitive work like selection of staff and calculation of the workforce and the resources and creating self-sufficient digital products, minimizing human errors will be possible. In this sense, it is highly open to adaptation and revisions. BIM has certain modeling tools. These are drawing calculation, drawing dimensions, analysis, software, and Revit is used, but also Bricks and ArchiCAD is other examples that have investments. We not only do modeling, but we manage these. For instance, check the quality of these models, identify any breaches, and increase quality. And what we do is we used to have the common data environment in a common place, and this allows digital access for more than 100 stakeholders, which increases efficiency. Well, what is ISK-SODEX's role in this? ISK-SODEX operates all of its activities under ISK-SODEX BIM Center. And this role was given between 2015 and 2018 within the sector stakeholders. All of the NGOs and foundations made a common decision so that ISK-SODEX is selected to coordinate all of the BIM working group, and its purpose is to control all of the activities in the sector and manage these in the most efficient way. Our vision is to enable the sectoral stakeholders to compete in the international market, and our mission is to develop the sectoral institutions to reach this vision. And we have values and principles. ISK-SODEX is independent. As a third-party organization, it's an NGO, non-profit organization, and has same difference to all stakeholders, solution-oriented. It is operates in the HVAC sector and tries to coordinate the workforce, educational activities, and so that these are not go to waste. It is possible to find solutions whether you are producer, owner of the building site, or a constructor. You will have the solution at this one point. It is mostly related to supporting designers and manufacturers. We provide educational and consulting services to designers, and these educational trainings involve 19650 ISO standards or other topics. These are the companies we provided consultancy to, and we have references from. ISK BIM Center also has activities for producers, and the main object of the producers is to create these smart services. And ISK coordinates all of the institutions for this purpose. And this effort has to be done through a certain level of quality and efficiency. And our aim is not to directly create 3D models, but we look at who will use these products, in which projects, what details they will need, and what is the dimensions of these smart objects. After we discuss these, then we create the models. So we create a digital representation of the company. So it is a strategic role. ISK works with more than 12 companies to have the production of more than 350 digital products. We have already coordinated and achieved the production of these at the highest quality. With the BIM method, digital products are directly embedded into the design. For this reason, BIM has an impact on the exports. For domestic producers, it may be difficult to be defined in the international arena. However, if the designer directly embeds the design into the product, it becomes an important port for them to go international. For this reason, if brands can directly enter into the design, BIM has a very strong influence on this. But to achieve this, first, the domestic manufacturer must produce digital product objects, and secondly, the local producers must produce through the BIM method, and they need to integrate this into their products. This is the impact. Well, all products, all disciplines are together in the main BIM model. To achieve this, first the designer needs to design through the BIM model. For this, they need an input. This input must require that these digital products must be included. For this, they need a digital marketplace. So where they can find all of the digital products, they can download it, adjust it, and then move it into their own design. ISK has a role and responsibility in this area. Likewise, if there are products that are manufactured would be able to be listed in this marketplace, ISK has also a role in that. We have a collaboration with Eurovent, as ISK and Eurovent. Eurovent created a ProdBIM project, and the ProdBIM is not only a digital marketplace, but a data solution, data flow solution for manufacturers. For products that has Eurovent certification, it is free. For other products, it has a certain fee, and it allows BIM products to be digitalized, sent to marketplaces, and also it manages the ERP processes, and it helps data input in other certifications as well. You can transfer the Eurovent data to other places, and it creates a hub to allow this. And creating this digital marketplace as part of this project allows any data uploaded onto ProdBIM can also be free or subject to some fee, can be published on some other websites and marketplaces. ISKAV is a Turkish partner in this project and supports local producers. We are very happy and pleased to have this responsibility. We are working on this project and we enable these producers to be published on these websites, and this is one of the advantages we provide. With advantageous pricing, ISKAV not only works with manufacturers but works with the government on the public side as well. We support the government efforts together with the Union of Exporters and Ministry of Trade. We explain the importance of BIM system and how it supports the exports. And also, we enable this to be included in the programs. We also support local producers in these efforts, and ISKAV efforts helped create these to be included in some regulations. If you are a local producers creating digital product families, you need to allow some budget and time. And there's a subsidy from the Trade Ministry, and they support up to 70% of the costs that put by the manufacturers into these products. To be able to receive this support, these products need to be published in international platforms, and the cost of this publication can be quite high in some situations. So the supporting the fees of publications in these international platforms is also allowed now. So the local producers are supported in both creating these products and also they are able to get financial aid in creating and publication of these products in international arena. So they will have a marketing opportunity internationally. ISKAV has a central role in all of this story, and to recover all of the costs you have made, the Ministry of Trade have financial support, and they have support to reimburse 70% of the costs made within this scope. And all local producers can apply for this. Thank you very much. If you have any questions of these processes, I'd be happy to take them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Merhabalar.
Hello. Welcome. Indoor air pollution at schools and its implications on health and threshold values. This book has been prepared, and TUBB, Turkish Union of Chambers and Commodity Exchanges, has established a commission for this specific purpose. Esteemed professors have basically established this commission, and they worked intensively to create this book. And some months ago, a workshop was conducted in Kızılcahamam, and all the chapters and sections of the book and all the other considerations regarding schools and indoor air, we had the chance to discuss these issues with all the participants. Two editors, Macit Toksoy, esteemed professor, and Cemil Sofuoğlu, professors there with us. And without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Cemil Sofuoğlu, one of our editors, and he will be talking about the book. He will introduce the book to you. And at the booth in the entrance, you will find the books. And at the Ashte booth at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we are going to have an autograph session. And you're more than welcome to have your books signed there. And you're more than welcome to have a chat with the editors. Well, thank you, esteemed professor. Welcome, first and foremost. I'm going to be smart in terms of timing, so I'm going to skip some of the slides. And I'm going to start from a topic which I deem important because the time slot allocated to me is shorter than I expected. This is an image of a classroom, and in this classroom are children, and by per square meter we put children and we distribute them accordingly, and carbon dioxide is a problem here, and it's basically emitted by children. You tend to think that it's the fact that you have to deal with, but as you may see, there are many sources of CO2 here. Within a classroom, you may think of many other sources of CO2. So children are the source of carbon dioxide, yes, but in their breath, the microorganisms in their breath are particles and bioaerosols. And bioaerosols in their breath, bioaerosols can also accumulate and can gather in the ground. And the third source is the outdoor air. And on top of it, in the clothing and hair and shoes of children, there are different pollutants, and they're biologically and the biologically originating ones are allergens. They're carrying it. If they have pets in their houses, for example, they can carry the allergens from home to the workplace, or their mothers may be using some washing detergents and liquids, and depending on the others, some volatile organic compounds and semi-volatile organic compounds are involved in the picture, and various materials are involved within the classroom, and these are furnitures and electronics and the smart boards. So innumerable amounts of volatile organic compounds are springing from these objects. The dust on the ground, when it is on the air, it's basically particles. So particles from outside gets inside them. DM10, ultra thin particles, so nanoparticles are all involved in the picture. And whatever pollutant is remaining, carbon monoxide, ozone, they're all included in the picture. And if you're in a radon area, from the soil radon may also come. So this is basically a complicated picture with many sources involved, and numerous pollutants are available in different concentrations. So this is basically the air that we're describing. And children in this classroom, as long as they're in the school, they're in the classroom, they're exposed to that air. Its implications on health, I can't really describe it because timing is not enough for me, but it has a lot of health implications. And the time period they spend in the classroom has an impact on their health. However, World Health Organization, a child-friendly school improves attendance. It also improves academic performance. And indoor air quality, the environment provided, should all be considered in order to create a student-friendly school. But we have natural ventilation. We only open windows. This is how we take the air in. And many sources of pollution coming from outside gather and accumulate in concentrations that we do not desire. And as a result of that, we have various health implications. It's only an example. For example, asthma is one of the growing trends right now. Like in Western countries, we have allergic asthma, for example, which is growing in number, and this is related with the indoor environment. And in addition to health implication, it has an impact on the children's cognitive performances. And because of the reduced cognitive performances, children's performance also drop by adequate ventilation. So many problems are arising from poor ventilation, and if that is the case, we can address this situation with proper ventilation. So pollutants from the interior sources can be taken outside with a properly designed ventilation system, and this is how we can prevent users from being impacted at undesirable levels. And we need to take into account the air that we take from outside, because this is how we need to design the system, ventilation system, both sources of pollution. We need to take both into account, and mechanic ventilation should include both aspects. Well, this was one aspect, but in addition to that, we need to make a transition to resilient buildings and resilient schools, because we're going through a climate change, and we also had to deal with COVID, and we're going to face more and more pandemics, and schools are one of the most important areas because there is circulation from school to home and from households to another households, and it is quite likely for microorganisms to circulate this manner. Here is a sample from Oklahoma. During the flu season, some schools shut down. 115 students have been infected. They are isolated at home, and in that particular district, schools have been shut down, and after a while, they're going to open it again. And this is basically a case from the states where schools have better ventilation systems. And in our book, we focused on these aspects, and therefore we focused on the pollutants that we needed to take carefully, the pollutants, and we have worked on them for 1.5 years with the experts. We talked about health implications, and we also discussed certain values and threshold values, and these are basically our recommendations. And it was basically an assignment posted to us by the Indoor Air Quality Commission established by TUBB. As we worked on it, we looked at health implications, and it basically constituted our basis. We looked at 19 pollutants, and information, detailed information on this is provided in detail. 11 of these pollutants for 11 of them, we have offered standard recommendations. This table can be found at page 339, and you can see all the values, the chapters that stand for every value, and how this value is generated and derived, and what kind of health implications are behind that, what kind of guiding values are there. You are able to find all these details. So since 2015, the Chamber of Mechanical Engineers has been working on this particular project. It is interlinked with the Climatization Assembly of the Indoor Air Quality Commission, and we are working on this particular aspect. So threshold values we have offered, but from that point onwards, we would like to have these threshold values converted into a regulation, and maybe this can also be a mandatory list that schools will have to obey, and this is one of the objectives that we pursue. And indoor air quality management is vital. We need a strategy for that. For various problems, we need practical solutions and practical recommendations. And these need to be in the pictures. I'm skipping them quickly because of time limits. And children need us. I need to underscore that. And children aren't small adults. They are basically exposed to risks in a more severe fashion in the face of environmental dangers compared to adults. Thank you. I guess it was okay. I don't know if we're going to have a Q&A session, but I have finished my time. Okay, I guess we don't have any questions. Thank you.
Harika. Evet, sesim geliyor sanırım. Merhabalar.
Good afternoon. Ersin Gürkan is my name. We have 20 minutes and our topic is high performance areas. And very briefly, I would like to talk about valves, high performance valves, the technology material and where we can use that. I will give some ideas about it. And this is a high performance valve. And it is similar, but its function, its operating model, its performance is quite different. And it's more commonly used these days. Let's have a look at its benefits compared to others. It can stop liquids. It has high KVS values. So when it comes to its capability to allow the liquid to move, fluid to move, and low investment costs, well, for high performance valves, I mean, and it does not, I mean, it has low torque values, so lower activators can be used for that, which is more economical, and it creates small pressure, differential pressure, and it is much more advantageous compared to others. While some disadvantages of butterfly valves is the metal design. Well, for example, as a sealing material, we can use the articulation. However, the sealing properties can be done with soft material right now. And another topic is limited press reduction. It has small and low control sensitivity. Its sensitivity is quite low, but other advantages make this butterfly valve indispensable. And it has different types of it. Many brands produce this wafer, and different types are available. And the first thing we're going to look at, well, high performance valves are divided into two. The first is 2 axles and 2 axles. It is called double offset. The first axle, well, for valves that are rotating, for example, the first opening, as you can see here, is on the point of the disc, and we also see one horizontal and one vertical. And when we look at it, by doing this, the disc of the valve and its moving movement, it's basically the lid of a pot. With a small torque, you can use the valve, and this automatically means that you can easily open and close it. And you can use different actuators, and this is ergonomics on the ground. This prevents people from suffering from injuries, and another advantage is low cost. In general, for 2-axle valves, the sealing properties are a bit different. This belongs to ARI, by the way. It is not on the side of the disc, but on the side of the seat, where its structure is on the area where it settles. There's a metal sheet, and this, together with the pressing of the disc, it changes its form, and it basically adjusts itself according to the opening. It's quite a successful method, especially for fluids like vapor and water. For general user, 2-axle valves will deliver the performance needed. But as for metal, it is not successful because leakage levels are high there. But in general applications, you won't have problems. In the world, in central heating systems, for example, or in plants with such lines, for example, cities with central heating, districts with central heating, plants with central heating, or in the automotive industry, it needs hot water up to 92 Celsius degrees, so you need to use such valves. It would be much more smart compared to butterfly valves. It has a longer shelf life, and it won't really be problematic in terms of sealing. With the bad alignment, some valves would have leakages. When you use two axles, you would not really face this problem. And 100% closing will be another advantage you'll enjoy. So two axle high performance valves, wafer loop type, and double flange valves are the types available. We look at the wafer type, and actuator you use, so one handle, an electric actuator, hydraulic actuators can all be added, or pneumatic actuators can also add it to it. And well, compared to normal valves, it's a great advantage. With piston valves, for example, it is a problem to add actuators on top of it. But such a valve, you can use it in industrial lines for vapor lines, for high diameter valves. Rather than gates and or blocks, you need to use such valves. It's a great advantage. So this is how our world is transforming itself. I'm talking about diameters of up to 200 in industrial lines, especially in industrial facilities. Such valves are being used because it has a lot of advantages. And this also prevents all leakages. And this is a product with two axles, again, high performance valve. And there is a shape, as you can say. It can be the honeycomb, I guess. It is a great advantage with the KVS volumes higher. It also helps with your control capabilities of the pressure, and this helps you enjoy a lot of savings. And as we can see it, for the disc structures, in the flow there is a turbulence, and when we look at the honeycomb, the flow is a laminal flow. For high performance valves, a disc design of honeycomb would probably produce a lot of advantages for you. And the flow characteristics is also important. We don't really have high awareness in Turkey, but across the world many calculations are being carried out. This is a parabol valve, curve. It's the idealistic one. It's an ideal one. This flow characteristic is used in the world for some control valves. Another characteristic was being used, but it doesn't provide you with precise control. It's only 1 in 15 in terms of sensitivity and precision. However, a parabol curve would give you precision for 1 to 40, which is 2.5%. And there are different examples for sure, but we'll have a look at it later. So flow characteristics and control. Two axle valves, if designed this way, would provide you great control capabilities. And the valve is def up to 5% for butterfly valves. One disadvantage is that there are certain blind spots. If you're going to check the flow, the butterfly valve would be blind. Well, standard, you'll have a control level of 70%, so it rotates by 90 degrees. I'm talking about precision, so you either rotate the handle, it could be, well, I'm talking about the butterfly valve right now, so it's 90 degrees of an angle. And high performance valves, between 20 to 70 degrees it can provide precision. So, but from 0 to 20 to 70 to 90 it is blind, and it kind of has losses in pressure. It doesn't create any leakages. However, it does not give you a very precise flow rate control. But we can use it, well, depending on the flow characteristics and the pressure. And so 3 axles, like the big brother of this valve. This is the processing valve, by the way. As we described earlier, one difference of that was the pivot. It would give 2, and the third opening is the disc. So the disc itself is asymmetrical, and you would need lower torques, and it allows you with easy opening and closing. But another advantage with that valve is that it would depend on the brand, but the sealing surfaces of the disc, it could be a circular cross section, and this is something that can center itself. So it's basically a sealing ring, and it is made of 3 parts: standard design, the central design, and a rotary valve or a butterfly valve. You can think about it. But when it comes to 3 angles, the disc is outside, and the rotating angle of the disc is asymmetrical. It is just like the lid of a pot being closed. This is great advantage, but this is not alone enough. And for high differential pressure, it helps you work with lower torques, but sealing is a different story. So you cannot really do it with a gate. For example, if the temperature is high for high diameters, it would be a nightmare. Not everybody would talk about it in the market, but they need to understand it by looking at their test results. But this is the tendency in the market. Another advantage of it, you can't see it here, but there are rings there. So these rings are asymmetrical, and they're adhesive, and this would provide 100% sealing. If you'd like to get further information about it, you can visit our website, or you can find us at our booth. How is that produced? Let's see. Generally, all of them are either lug type wafer or the welded version. Well, the requirements would be different. You have different standards, but today PN 160 would even be the highest level at which you can create this. There are American norms as well, and these valves can be used for a very wide range of areas. And you can basically think of many performances here. There are different standards, for example, ISO standards. You can affix an equipment to a valve. If you have a pressurized there, you can use pneumatic, you can use electric equipment, you can use handheld machines as well. It is up to you. But you can see the cross section of that. The disc is made of 3 parts, and they are connected with one another. And the ring that you can see is a 3-partite ring, an asymmetrical one. They can rotate by themselves. And what do they help with? When you close the disc, it settles on the slot. So imagine the angle that it creates, and automatically it provides you with sealing capabilities no matter what the temperature is. So when you close the valve this way, you can have 100% sealing. This is also an important detail. This is a flow characteristic which is a bit different. On top of it, it acts like a snake's head. It's a different flow characteristic. The control sensitivity is from 20 to 75, and it has low sensitivity. But from 20 to 70, the sensitivity, the precision would be enough for you, would be sufficient for you. And the torque that is required during operation, no matter what the diameter is, not much force is needed. Well, this is really small. When you look at the graph, it's 250, so it's 10 inches, so 75 Hilton and cubic meters. Well, so when you use this valve, a small actuator force would be enough. For 3-axle high-performance valves, if we were to compare it with others, in the same diameter, for example, compared to gate, its weight is 1/3 of it. So the energy that will be required for installation and labor is lower. It's a great advantage. And the manufacturing of it on the pipes and the carrying it and all the fixtures of it, it would be lower as well. So this valve will contribute to you in all aspects. Size L, well, it also allows you to replace valves. It's easy to use. When you look at the vertical length, a traditional valve, compared to it, it's 30% shorter. It occupies less space. It's easier to use. It's more economical. And operators there being injured or having to amortize it all the time, we address these problems. So technology is more advanced right now, so designs are more lightweight, more convenient, and they offer longer life cycles, and they're easy to repair. In the recent periods, DIN norms or ANS norm, the range is becoming higher. So class 400 and 900, this is basically the range. It is so high because we have different applications, but we've started to use it. And this valve can be used with different actuators. The only thing that you're doing is the valve stands where it is, and you take out the screws there and you add another actuator. So without having to do another activity, it is easy to do it.
Hidrolik bir aküatör var.
Here, there's an example of electroactivator at the line, and it has already been connected. And if needed, and it's not activated currently, it's still suspended, but it can be used as line breakage. There can be many uses of these activators. Can be protection against turbines, can be used as an emergency valve or réglage valve. There could be different application as flow control valve, but it is important that it's used as stoppage valve. So this is called double block and blitz. It is used for in hospitals, refineries, chemical facilities where it requires high level and there's a critical line, high level of precision or work security of the staff working there. When you close the valve at the right-hand side, you open the valve on the bottom, and it checks and tests whether the valve is leaking or not. The second one guarantees it, especially in critical lines. It's difficult to see this in Turkey, however, it is important to use it. You will see it internationally, especially in critical lines with work safety, high work safety. And another application, of course, we have little time, but I need to finish with this. Another important valve, especially in developing countries, is segment ball valves, especially in energy sector, petrochemical sector, paper factories. It is used very commonly, and it is called segmented ball valve or V-port valve. So it looks like a ball, but it's actually not a ball. It is processed and it has a shape. These types of valves are used for cutting the line in paper factories, and especially because it has a ball shape, it is possible to use with precision, and its internal parts can be modified and changed quite easily. That's an advantage. The profile axe can be changed, which provides you a high advantage, and you can connect it to any valve. The body of it will be stainless. Some coating can be applied as well. The movement is done by the ball itself, and you would see that there are some elements inside which provides a seal and tightness, and it can be changed with other materials. As I said, biggest advantage is high precision, and especially with high pressure fluids it can be used. And these are the materials, the second parts, and as you can see, the body of it is stainless, completely rust proof, and you also see other parts. The soft gasket is used in the cushioning, in the bedding side, and there's a high variety of products which you can find in the market with this line. And these are the applicators, part segments, valves. It can be commanded with these equipments. And in these examples, they may have the different brands and flash valve or electrical activator. However, I'd like to show you a difference here. This is a diagram, and you will see different types of the flow characteristics of different types of valve. When you open the valve, what is the differential change in the different flows? There's the red line, that's the standard full port ball valve, and you have others, well, depending on the crepe structure or whether it's parabolic or not. There could be V port. The green line represents it, so the V port valve, ball valve, and it means it can control in a precise way. And then you have a variety of uses in this. Thank you for listening to me. I wish the fair would be beneficial to you. Thank you.
Herkese merhaba.
Good afternoon, all. The hall isn't too busy, but let me first say that, well, welcome to the panel of Future of Refrigeration and the Future of the Association, Future of this sector in terms of where the world is moving towards. This will be discussed in our session, and vocational capabilities and the developments will be discussed, and then we will have a Q&A session to receive your questions. We will have 20 minutes, and then at the end we will have a discussion. And the purpose of all of this is that our future depends on this. As Association of Refrigeration Industry and Business People Sociat, I am the chair of this Sociat. I am an engineer, machinery engineer, and I have extensive experience, and we want to expand this. Association of Refrigeration Industry and Business People was founded in 2005, and it was founded by the sellers of refrigeration equipment, and in time it has expanded and has now 121 companies and 126 members from different areas in the sector. As a result of our work, we have been positioned within HAVOC Council. We have become a member of ISIP, and we are also represent ourselves in ISK, and our international organization is AREA, and we have 8 members in various commissions actively organizing and activities. Training and education is one of our important activities. Our training commission have started since the beginning and continues, and we have developed a special protocol with the Ministry of Education. As a result of this, in technical vocational schools, we have a project, and with the motto, we have started to organize technical trainings in high schools. In Istanbul Pendik, Borsa, we have established a laboratory, a Sociat laboratory, to provide support to students. It has 3 areas. One is refrigeration warehouse, a system, and air conditioning central system we installed, so that students will have the opportunity to see firsthand what they will encounter in the field. Climate change is a key topic in the world, and we established Climate Change Commission. And within this commission, we have made a survey to identify the position of our members, and we published the results of this survey. We analyze the industry, and we are trying to find answers to where the sector is moving towards. And in the first World Refrigeration Day, TEMA published the question, why the climate change is happening. Our commission tried to answer and find answers to this question, and what we can do to address this challenge. Well, with all of these arguments going on, articulation of fluids emissions is also part of this, and we try to identify those as well. We have press commission as well under Sociat, so international relations and press and social activities commission is centered towards organizes all of our meetings, tournaments, organizations, events, and we have different discussions. And on Friday we had a meeting event we will have with our support of our press commission. We have unfortunately lost some people, Mustafa Turhan, Mehmet Induruk. As you can see, two people who were former champions in the backgammon tournament. Unfortunately, we lost them. They passed away, and I'd like to commemorate them. We have UMTA Commission, International Monitoring Commission, which is a key commission, and Dr. Kadir Isa represents us in this commission. I joined two meetings as well, and activities are ongoing under AREA organization, and they discuss the regulations and how to build our own future. We had a special resolution, and through this, AREA makes some general assemblies, and we wanted to be part of this. AREA accepted our request to be part of them, and we can directly witness the regulation discussions, and we share them with our members. At different times, we had different discussions. There's an F-gas regulation as well. And there's a study ongoing about this. And we had trained the trainers training, and 15 colleagues now have received this training. They have the certification, and Sociat continues such trainings. Another example is that we have transformation studies in parallel as well. And the maintenance of the companies, if they are lacking maintenance, we have defined what is the impact on energy efficiency, and we saw that there can be a potential to gain 52% energy regains. Similar to lifts, refrigeration facilities above certain quality, inspection of their efficiency is a future agenda item for us, and we will work on this. Right, we have 126 members, 121 companies, 77 manufacturing companies, 40 service companies, and exporter and software companies as well. Following my opening speech, let me end my remarks, and I will then move on to the panel session. But let me just say that the world is changing. The limitless, infinite consumption of the capitalist system has put us into the reality that the world has consumed its own resources. We have consumed, as of the 2nd of August, all of our resources of the world. On one hand, the world is moving towards some carbon emission targets, and on the other hand, we are required to redefine our own consumption habits. So, in order to establish the infrastructure to move to the future, we will know where we will stand in this change. As Sociat, we are trying to create awareness of our members and try to move our members to a new culture of consumption, to a new culture of change. And we must be part of this change. We must pioneer this change. Otherwise, we will be part of a different kind of world. In the 100th year of the Republic of Turkey, we will need to monitor the best life quality of this people of this country and make it an information society. If we can achieve that, then we will reach a point in the modern life. All of our activities serve this purpose. I would like to thank all of you for your participation. Now I would like to invite Zeynep Gökçen Aşan to talk about the effects, climate change and refrigeration industry effects on climate change. She is UNDP Turkey Dissemination of Sustainable Cooling Program National Coordinator. Thank you. Good afternoon, welcome. I would briefly like to introduce myself and my project. My name is Gökçen Aşan, and I am the Turkey coordinator of the Cool Up program under UNDP Turkey, and I had the opportunity to work for 15 years in the refrigeration industry with different projects. Today I'd like to talk about the refrigeration sector and what is sustainable refrigeration. Let me provide you brief information on our project. You may or may not be aware of what we are doing in this project. In Middle East, North African and Turkey is the area we cover in this project. These areas have an increasing population and an increased need of refrigeration. And this leads to a high level of energy consumption within the region. Our project is a consortium of different companies, expert in their own areas, and we implement this project in these 4 countries. We have 4 key approaches. One is the reduction of the demand of refrigeration, gradual decline of HFCs, and then changing of inefficient cooling devices, and then finally raising awareness of refrigeration devices and providing trainings. We have defined certain needs and goals, and under Paris Agreement, implementation of Paris Agreement is one of the main goals. And then in order to make sustainable cooling common-wide, we are trying to devise financial models. In addition, we want to promote natural refrigeration and create awareness. Turkey has been ongoing and has high awareness of climate change, and it has ongoing projects on climate change. We needed to take some political steps as well. We have studied and we have signed the Paris Agreement, and we have defined our national core contribution in 2022, and this sets out our NDC, national declared contribution, has also refrigeration within it. So reduction of emissions and refrigeration is also defined within the nationally determined contributions. And yes, in the sector we are talking about the regulation, and however we have also the Paris Agreement, EU Green Deal, which is key for us because we are a manufacturing sector, and Turkey exports highly to EU countries. And for this reason, it requires us to follow certain directives and comply with them. We have goals to reduce emissions, and we have to study on these. Refrigeration sector has 2 main emissions, but we need to talk about energy efficiency, electricity power consumption, and emissions relating to these, because refrigeration is categorized under energy and there's a high level of emissions. What can Havac sector do in this regard? Well, there's the heating world, increased population in cities, and the temperature increases, and at the end of the day, we all need refrigeration. There isn't fair access to refrigeration. There are people who are exposed to extreme heat, and extreme heat affects our health. And at the end of the day, supply of food is affected as well. And the existing networks are burdened as our energy consumption increases. Demand for refrigeration represents 10% of all the energy consumptions in the world, and it is projected to become 20%. There are certain opportunities in front of us. There's a protocol since 1991, and we had to end certain materials we emit to the ozone layer. Maybe these materials are no longer used in the sector, but as refrigeration increases, our HFC gas usage have increased. So the states have looked at these HFC gases, and they caused climate change. So in 2016, a treaty was signed, and each country will have a plan of reduction of HFCs. So there was a goal to reduce already almost 80% reduction of HFCs by 2040 or 2045. And we, as Turkey, have undersigned this protocol as well. And we need to reduce more than 80 million metric tons until 2040. The world is changing, and the faster we comply with this, the faster we can capture the opportunities. With the gradual reduction of HFCs, energy efficiency becomes important as well. By changing the equipments which use HFC, will move us to the natural refrigeration. This is where sustainable refrigeration comes into play. Less use of fluor gases and using of alternative refrigeration technologies. We can achieve high level of energy efficiency, and these can come from renewable energy sources. Especially if you look at refrigeration sector and where are we including, how can we be included in the national climate strategies. As I mentioned, we have special HFC goals so that we can get into these targets of reduction of greenhouse gases, and we can try to involve the refrigeration sector into our NDCs, in nationally determined contributions. There's an action plan of NDCs, and we achieve to get these goals into these targets. So we can also try to make refrigeration come into the forefront. We can demonstrate that the studies are effective. Our ministry is also working on this. There are special measures, and we can increase awareness in this front. And also, as I said, we have a Kigali baseline. It is a reference value. And as part of this, starting from 2024 January, there will be a reduction of HFC usage, and which is an important value, added value. So, natural refrigerators are important for sustainable refrigerations. Natural solutions have are already existing currently in almost all solutions. They are accessible, usable, and it can be supplied without requirement of international supplies or legislation. We are at the fair now, and I saw that many companies that are manufacturing, and our access to this is much more easier compared to HFCs. These are more accessible in terms of price as well. These refrigerators are high energy efficient as well. Without early intervention, direct emissions will continue to increase because the equipments we use increase. If we don't intervene, emissions will continue to increase. Then what can we do to address this? There's a high increase in the need for refrigeration. Yes, the market is growing, and Turkey is a large market in refrigeration, and it is growing. To prevent this growth, what can we do? We need to take some more aggressive measures. We need to increase efficiency of our technologies, and we need to transition to the use of natural refrigerators, coolers, and reduce leakage to direct emissions to the atmosphere. And this links us to the awareness side of this. So the field using the right services in terms of periodical controls of your equipment plays a key part. HFCs, the F gases, need to be reduced in a speedily way. So we have our Cool-Up program, and I'd like to mention which aspects of these the program involves. In developing countries, the knowledge level of rack technicians is not sufficient, so we are giving trainings to raise this knowledge level. Like Hayati mentioned, we have trained the trainers in this program in our country, and we want to make this more common-wide. Also, we are trying to implement it in technical high schools. Getting this into the curriculum is important for us. And the initial cost of investment of the natural refrigeration can be a source of concern for the investors. So we are conducting studies with the financial institutions. And we are trying to get the refrigeration sector access to the loans and lending. In terms of access to alternatives, we are conducting awareness studies, especially coming up to the platforms like these and explaining our studies. We are trying to increase awareness because this is where we are going. And we will need to move to natural refrigerators. As you will see, there will be a gradual reduction and in the end banning of the HFCs. And finally, the support of regulations. We are working with the Climate Ministry and trying to support the relevant regulations, and we are trying to get together both national and international aspects. How a sector and refrigeration sector works together. We have different catalogs. We have a very active online web page where you can follow these. Our catalogs have the Turkish language options as well. And we have different catalogs, so you can just browse. This will be my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. I'll be here for questions. Thank you. Now we have an important topic and panel in terms of the regulation of fluorinated greenhouse gases regulation. I'd like to invite Dr. Kadir Isa as our panelist, and also our vice chairman of the board of Sociat, Barış Uçaner. They will make their presentations to us. Thank you.
bir son an değişikliği yaptık.
Evet, son an değişikliği
İki
yaptık.
kişi
So it's going to be a show for two men because we didn't really prepare for anything. We just decided for it on the spot. I just wanted to do it. Well, we like it interactive, so let's have an interactive session. So for 10 minutes, I will talk about F-gas regulations. And this is going to be about exporters and why it is important for them. For exporters. And Barış, just on the contrary, will talk about the practices in Turkey. But before we start, I will talk about two terms that come up most in these practices. So I will talk about what that's about. One is GWP, so global warming potential. What is that? If we were to talk about it, well, for some sources, for a period of 20 or 100 years, the coolers a negative impact, and this basically indicates that. So the lower GWP, the lower the environmental impact. So global warming potentials are important to take into account in such regulations that should be borne in mind. And one carbon dioxide is the reference for a cooling fluid. If it is for 1,430, so it is 1,430 times higher than one carbon dioxide. So we need cooling materials that have better value. So all regulations make a reference to that value. Another important topic is, let me check. Another important topic is ton CO2 equivalent. So kilogram is not what we're looking at anymore. We see the cooling fluid. We see it in kilograms, but at the same time, we see ton carbon dioxide equivalent. And what is that? Well, it is something that's calculated quite easily, to be honest. If the cooling agent, the global warming potential, the charger of that, we multiply them. It is 10 kilograms of the cooling agent. It is basically 20,088, and we need to convert it to tons. Well, divided by 1,000, so 20.9. So for 10 kilograms of R 410A, the ton carbon dioxide equivalent would be this. So the comparisons for the refrigerants, we can see their GWP. Barış, is there anything you'd like to add to that? Well, it's important indeed, because when we start looking at it, we will be look at ton CO2 equivalent. We will be talking about GWP. So thank you very much for these explanations. Okay, then I will talk about the codes in the European Union. So all the imports are related with the importers based on Europe. And when I say exports, it is exports done by the European Union. So in some slides, I believe that some links will be quite useful. They are still available and useful links, and you can see these links in this presentation in a PDF format at Sociant's website. So anyone who is interested can go and visit this website and find the relevant information as they wish. So European Union Code practices. If you are to export a device to the European Union and if it contains refrigerants, and if it's HFC, like in the local applications, it says stop. And the device that you're exporting right now, HFC, do you have the code, official code for that? And if not, your product will have to stay at the customs in that relevant EU, because we are not aware of what codes are all about. So we need to obtain quotas. And is that really given to everyone? Well, I'm going to say it earlier. This quota is according to an attachment published in the official Gazette of the European Union, the companies who have the right to implement quotas. Only these quotas are allocated to those companies, and if you need quotas, you get quotas from these companies. You want allocation of quotas to you. So quotas can be transferred on a mobile app. You can have, let's say, 10 kilowatts of quota from one company to another can be transferred, or authorization assignments can also be done. Here you can see a link for F-gas portal and HFC licensing system. You need to register there, and once you click on it, you'll see detailed info about that. So all institutions, all companies will have to have an F-gas quota. As for import and export, what do we need? You may click on this link. We have limited time, so I'm not going to those websites now. And this is the F-gas portal on the left-hand side, and you can register as a company, then carry out all your quota assignment and transfer procedures, F-gas portal. And one recommendation, all procedures related with the European Union. This is basically a website where you can have one single login everywhere related with the European Union. EU login, if you want to download it, because the European Commission and relevant portals, if you are to register there with only a verification code, you can just log in anywhere. I'm not necessarily a company owner, but I'm an individual user, and this is great convenience for me. It's a mobile app and compatible with iOS and Android. I'm quite talkative today. Yes. Here are a few anecdotes I'd like to share with you, because this is something that we frequently bump into. The European Union regulations, we're not an EU member, and as for quota and exports, this is one of the most frequently asked questions. Should we have quotas, or as we are exporting, nobody is asking any questions to us. And yes, of course, because this is related with the EU's F-gas portal. Yes, there are parts aligned with Turkey. I'll talk about that, but this is an EU regulation. Therefore, whoever is importing it, it needs to be within their quota. So this is about the importer based in the EU. Well, them having a quota is important, is necessary, and some companies may not really have an awareness. And as exporters, we need to have an idea for the product not having to wait in the customs. We need to check if that product is basically aware of F-gas portal. We need to question that, and this would make our job quite easy. What's an F-gas portal? If somebody is approaching to you and asking what's an F-gas portal is all about, then it's basically risky because you won't even have the chance to export it. Once they register themselves, they will understand what a quota is and why it's important and how it needs to be handled. And this is quite an interactive website, but this should be your main approach as you are exporting your products. This is how importers would also find it easy. I checked my time, but I made a mistake because Üzeyir Gari is a great speaker. In many occasions, I had the chance to listen to him, but in each instance, he would put his wristwatch on the desk and start talking that way. And I wondered why it was the case. I once approached him. I wondered why you put your wristwatch on the desk. Is this a little bit of burden for you? I asked, no, Isa, he answered. He said, as Üzeyir Gari, I'm taking a stroll and looking at my wristwatch. What would you think, Üzeyir? Maybe you are looking forward to it ending. That's why I don't look at my wristwatch. I put it at the desk. I would just have a glimpse of it, and this is how I readjust my timing. While having my time, I just was trying to organize the time. I mean, normally during my speeches, I put my wristwatch at the desk. Very, very quickly, dear Barış has a few words to say, and I don't want to infringe on that. Well, these quotas are allocated and authorized and published on the website, and companies with a quota, and you have the links to reach that, and quotas. You can transfer it from one company to another. And one low threshold for it is 100 tons of carbon, 100 tons of carbon dioxide. So for refrigerants of about 100 tons CO2 equivalent, a quota needs to be obtained. So the threshold is 100 tons of CO2 equivalent. Yes. I talked about the punishments and the penalties. What are they? Companies that exceed their quota and their allocations, well, lower allocations are basically given in the second allocation period. If excess usage has happened, a lower quota is granted. And the local practices in the EU companies are considered to be as a basis, so such penalties may be implemented. However, the authority lies with the relevant EU. Although the local regulation may say a penalty of up to 100 times higher than the quota that's being exceeded, then it would be the case. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer it. And if not, you can get back to me afterwards. I'm still going to stay on the stage, but now you have the floor, Barış. Well, What's the regulation in Turkey? Fluorinated greenhouse gas regulation. We have it in Europe, and we also have a revised version of that in Turkey. While there are certain deviations, there are similarities. It's a long presentation. Well, this is going to be published on Sociad's website, so I'm going to be quite brief because I don't want to take much of your time. And it's going to be an interactive presentation, especially the parts that are quite interesting. So importing and exporting procedures are subject to certain permits, but before we start with that, the background, the green background, we're talking about fluorinated greenhouse gases. But what is fluorination? It's a lovely and green mineral. Mostly in the basins, it is in this shape. So this is what fluorination is about. Kigali Amendment has been ratified by Turkey, and in 2021 it was announced that Turkey ratified it, and we have been part of Montreal Protocol's Kigali Amendment. And as for the alignment efforts, the fluorinated greenhouse gas regulation has now been aligned with the world and with the European Union, so we had to do this alignment. And Kigali Amendment, as we were putting our signature, we said by 2024 we're going to start a quota system, and by 2045 CO2 equivalent in CO2 equivalent, we're going to reduce it by 80%. It's huge. It's a huge topic actually, and how we're going to deal with it will vary depending on the country. But we look at Article 5, we fall under the scope of it. We're among the emerging economies, and I think it was 173 countries, and they have their own styles in aligning themselves to the regulation. But the ultimate goal is to introduce a quota system by 2024 and 80% of reduction in CO2 equivalent. So a fluorinated greenhouse gas regulation, we revised it in 2022 June. It's been signed, published on the official gazette. Well, of course, it introduced many changes to our lives. I don't know to what extent we're aware. I'll try to be quite brief in my explanations of that, and you may find it with a simple Google search. So fluorinated greenhouse gases and regulation on that. This will entail different changes. So it is prohibited to release these gases in the atmosphere. It was the case, and it is still the case. And a combat parameter, they are all new systems, and we have to register ourselves with it. It's mandatory. As for the disposal of these products, new regulations in place. We have to dispose of it with certain technology. We have to collect it back, and if we are doing it, we have to do the disposal in a rightful manner. The leakage control, some bans on putting it on the market, and some bans on the export procedures have all been introduced. As for these prohibitions and bans, fluorinated greenhouse gases, and we had to reduce the consumption of that, so 2024, 2045. Well, maybe we're going to make a transition to products with lower CO2 content. Well, there are alternatives of that. Well, different classifications of that, natural refrigerants and other types of refrigerants. I will talk about the alternatives, but from now onwards, GWP, global warming potential, we're going to look at the model of that, we're going to calculate it, and we're going to make it part of our lives. And we are going to plan all the investments in accordance with this regulation and calculation. This is only one part of a big puzzle, because energy efficiency, other regulations are all at stake. So then nothing would be considered as a big mistake or nothing would be considered as a big right act. So we're going to find an optimum ideal solution for ourselves by trying to align ourselves with all these new regulations. So fluorinated greenhouse gas regulations. So if we want to bring in this product to our country, we have to have a control document. What is that? This is a document issued by the Ministry of Environment. The Faravet system, you log into that, you apply for a control document, and in relation to that, you are either allowed to import it. So starting from 2024, quota implementation will start. So when you look at the import ratios, you're going to look at the quotas. So if you have quota X up to that remaining quota, you can get an import permit. And we have pre-charged equipment. And this also applies to pre-charged products, but no quota application has started for that. There is only this obligation to get this document, control document, so you may go to the ministry and get it. ECOMVET. Equipment Operators Central Data Center. So this is basically the acronym of that, ECOMVET. So 5 tons of CO2 equivalent. In which gases, and to what it stands for. So among popular gases, 434, so 3 kilograms and above. Products that contain that, or 5 kilograms. So fluorinated greenhouse gases, as it includes that, firms that deliver servicing need to be registered on this system, and registration will also bring along certain requirements. But legal entities to serve there will have to register themselves as well. Dear Barış, operator is a term that's very much confused. What is operator? Operator, if you're talking about a household device, operator in the regulation is just a regular person. Or if it is a shopping mall that we're discussing, the entire mechanical equipment and the technical manager who is responsible for the entire equipment. So this is the operator. But operators have some responsibilities arising from the fact that they are operators, and they have to sign a document for that. They are subject to F-gas documents, but they basically hand over their operators. You have to manage this entire business, and it is basically an aligned version with the EU code. Whoever owns the equipment is responsible. Well, there are other standards. This device, does this fall under the scope of this regulation or not? Well, it starts with it. I have a device with me, and let's see if I am responsible for this device. New labeling systems. Well, there are details of that. Fluorinated greenhouse gas it contains, or retreated greenhouse gas is included in that. So more detailed information description should be there in an intelligible manner. And this is how we understand our real responsibility here. So these devices, why do we keep them on record? The ultimate objective is to prevent leakage. And what I mean by that is, So closed circuit gas, and we're talking about the world emissions of that. And these products, as long as they work for long years in the right cycle, it's okay. But when there is leakage, it is when emissions start. So we need to minimize the leakage. If we minimize the leakage, this is how we directly reduce emissions. And for it to be done, this is the challenge. So your device may be 5 tons or 50 tons. And it is basically like how my professor calculated. You need to have it checked once a year, and the fixed leakage should always be checked and audited. And these leakages should be checked by personnel whose qualifications are confirmed. And at the same time, fluorinated greenhouse gases, it brings some responsibilities as well. And well, the heat pumps and fire prevention and the cylinders used, so all these just shouldn't be disposable materials anymore. Well, is that really all? Well, yes, exactly. So disposable cylinders are not going to be used anymore. And at the same time, as we bring in some products to the country, if they contain certain products, there are bans on import. Yes, I've written it down, but imports to Turkey. These products cannot really enter Turkey because we are in full alignment with the EU, but still the regulation has listed it all. For demand and consumption, we also have some bans on commercial refrigerants and freezers. From 2025, 1st of May, well, probably in 1 month, in 3 months, in 1 year and 3 months, we need to be using 150 GWP, the products with a value of 150 GWP. So our 404A application is going to be it's not going to be used anymore. So from 2029 we have to reduce it below this number. Well, I'm very much used to talking about the future, but now we're talking about the present. So fixed refrigerators like supermarket practices and other practices. So 2025 we need to go down 2,500 GWP. Split air cons, it goes down to 750. Split air cons in Turkey, it is below this range. So it's not really going to change much in our lives, but at least we are ready. But industrial practices will have to cover a distance here. For 40 kilowatts, we have some multi-purpose central heating and cooling systems. What it means in commercial terms is that if you have a central system of about 40 kilowatts of heating and cooling capacity, GWP, the value should be below 150, but we're talking about 2029, and if your system is cascade, one circuit can stay at the level of 1,500, our 130A cascade systems can run. And propane solutions, if propane solutions are in place. This is how I interpret it, right? I guess. As for portable aircon systems, we also need to have a look at it, but it's not even produced in Turkey, and importing is also quite limited, and hydrocarbon solutions are used as foams, polyurethane, and 150 GWP is mandatory. Polyurethane foam is what we basically release into the air, and regulation is more strict here, and it needs to go down 150 GWP. Many alternative practices are known and in place in the market, but it's a must. It's mandatory for all of us.
Deodorant uygulamalarına da 2000
Likewise, deodorants will be starting, will need to go down the threshold starting from 2025. Well, whilst we are doing all of these, we have refrigeration systems named bank, which are already within these, and maintenance of these are quite key, and they still contain high values of GWP gases. So, in terms of the market jargon, will they continue with 404A or not? They will continue until 1st of October 2029. After that date, they will not be able to use the 404 gases. By 2033, for gases that are recovered from other systems, can be used even though they have high levels of GWP. Of course, for mandatory use areas, we will be able to use them for 2033, and for special use, we mean -80 refrigeration. There's another commercial ban upcoming. So as of 1st of January 2033, we will be banned to export the products that thin the ozone layer as part of the Kigali change. If no other countries are accepting these, and other parties will not be able to make any trade with these countries. So there are certain methods and principles about commercial limitations. I'd like to ask support from the professor. There will be requirement to have equipped and trained staff, because for many years, people who have touched these products have been defined in certain specifications. We discussed it. We went to the vocational capability. So from now on, people without the necessary qualifications will be banned to buy or use these products. Of course, there's a declaration, there's an exception by giving declaration. However, the main aim is that the people who work in the sector are certified, they have professional vocational qualification. So how can they have this document, this certification? Well, thank you. The F-gas, namely F-gas regulation or warehouse gas, the regulation focuses on the leakage, on the greenhouse gases. All this, the staff have to be within the system all of their life. For this, they need to apply appropriate maintenance and service techniques. For this reason, the aim of the greenhouse gas or F-gas regulation is the training. One, to train the real persons, certification of the real persons, and certification of the companies. Certification of real persons is a responsibility of MYK, which is the authority that provides vocational certification, and it is in line with the acquis communautaire of the EU. In the original regulation defines the minimum requirements expected of the technical vocational staff, and we need to meet these as well, because if our staff wants to work abroad, to go internationally, they need to have this certification. For this has been now published by the authority, the National Vocational Qualification, and this certification can be provided by the Turkish MYK authority. And let me just also highlight that the persons taking this certification can now have the right to say, I am the master, I have the highest qualification. However, they cannot fully say this because it is only a small part of the total requirements. So they cannot fully say when they just receive this, I am the full master, because there are almost 20 other vocational certifications that has been published. So if you want to be truly have a high level of competence, then you need to get into the qualification examinations of all of them. So only F-gas certification is an expert certification in refrigeration. It only covers one part. Also, in terms of certification of service companies, let me talk about that. It is the responsibility of Turkish Standards Institute, and TSI, this institute, was already providing a certification for workplaces. Now they revised it with additional amendments. They made some other provisions added, and they can certify these service companies in terms of F-gases. So certified companies must have at least one technical staff that has a certification of F-gas. This is a requirement now. So the number of the standard is TSI 13905. This is an important service and certification. They need to have this certification. A precondition is that the companies must have at least one technically capable staff, and this is already a published requirement which we wanted to highlight in the sector. There are some work ongoing, but as an association, we don't believe it's sufficient. And thank you. Thank you very much for listening to us. Well, actually, you have just touched upon the next topic. Barış, thank you very much. We will keep our other speaker here. Well, for all of these changes to be implemented in real life, the technical people needs to be trained in the field. So the headline for our presentation, sustainable refrigeration and sectoral training, vocational training. The floor is our speakers. I'd like to give the floor to him. Yes, of course, Kadir Isa. Part of the sustainable refrigeration is vocational education in all areas. Let me just touch upon sustainable refrigeration. Refrigeration has three key topics. It can be done for comfort or to protect food, and also in the health sectors. The most recent example is to maintain the vaccinations. To give you an example in the health sector. Also, to give you another example is that deep refrigeration can also have a 99% support of recovery of cancerous skin cells. So sustainable refrigeration we can divide into 4 themes. It's green, clean, efficient, and climate friendly. These are all interrelated to each other. So sustainable refrigeration can be referred to as clean or green refrigeration as well. I took this from Fox News from 18th of July 2023. It says, help. Help. Why? At the beginning of 2023, around 770,000 skilled job postings were published in the United States. This is similar in Turkey, and these job postings were posted by 95,000 companies, and they couldn't fill in these positions. If you look at this is in the United States where the technology generates. This is why I took it from the US. And there's the baby boomer generation born in 1945, which are gradually retiring, and the technical refrigeration skilled staff cannot be found. Companies cover the school costs of students, even though this is covered. Students leave school, they don't want to get into this hard work. And this is also common in Europe. I had a student who graduated from vocational school, and they started to work in a coffee company. We can, I mentioned the name, but we can just beep this on the live. So they work in a coffee chain. His name is Mehmet. I came across him in this coffee chain, and I asked him, you know, what you're doing? And he said, I work 24/7, all day, every day. It's very hard. And but he says, I used to work very hard. However, now in the coffee shop, I only serve a number of people. It has air conditioning. I have a similar salary. And he preferred that environment. It is a similar problem in the world. There's a high amount of people who prefer not to work. They prefer not to do any work. It is a social issue. For this reason, we emphasize vocational high schools. I am a graduate of vocational high school as well from 1980. Now you can guess my age. But I graduated in 1980 and the machinery, and I liked the smell of the oil. We had the option to choose at the time. However, currently the perception of vocational schools is very different than at that time. On one hand, we say that vocational schools are highly important for our nation. However, on the other hand, we often may ignore this issue. There was also a comedy program which handled this. They made a definition of vocational school. There's a popular show on television, and they also talk about this issue. And the thing is, the society has this fixed idea about the vocational school students. It is a prejudice. If you ask a student which school you're going to, and they answer, I'm going to vocational school, unfortunately, the perception of the person asking the question changes. And there was a magazine, and of international magazine, there is a field research of a Turkish academic. They work with students in a vocational school in one of our cities, and they have questionnaires. And the issue is not what tools they use or the lack of tools. I'm sorry, I will read the sections. Within the interviews with the section, the students were asked whether they read books or they studied to the university exam. And only they said that only Anatolian high school or other high school students will answer yes to that question. They say that studying or reading books, studying for exams cannot be a requirement for vocational high schools. This was their perception. So the issue was not about the equipments, but to break this perception. The research also said that students think that in general their teachers do not view them as academically talented to reach certain academic success, and this has created an idea in their mind as well. So according to this research, one student says that it has been 2 months since I started this school, and when people ask me which high school you're going, and I said it's an industrial vocational school, and their perception of me changes. And I use the bus all the time to go to home, and somebody in the public transport asked, and I answered my school, and they just stood up and left me, moved away from my seat in the public transport. And I don't know, maybe that lady in the bus moved for some other reason, but it led me to think that people have prejudices against us. As you can see, this is the root cause of the issue. For this reason, vocational high school students said that in the survey, said that they come to school in an unwilling way. And in time, students get used to the atmosphere of this, and they believe that there's a higher gap between them with the Anatolian high school students. However, they press this thought. So for this reason, I believe, I have given the link to this full research. It is in Turkish language. You can access and research it. It has very striking pieces of information. There are many striking news in this research. There are many, many messages that can be given, and one of them is that I have noted it here. This is a point known by educator, but the period of high school has a significance in creating one's identity. It's an important period in life. Puberty is an age when students are in close communication with their peers. And so the high school environment plays a significant role in creation of the student's identity. From this perspective, in our sector, you may perhaps have the best refrigeration laboratory in the world, and you can provide it to students. However, it will not function unless we correct this perception. This can be done by ourselves alone. In vocational high schools, I have some friends who are teachers, and I talk to them, and this confirms the research. They say that none of the students in vocational high schools visited the consultancy services in the school. In other high schools, students visit the student counseling. But in vocational schools, they didn't visit student counseling because they have these prefixed ideas. And there's a belief that the situation will never be corrected, will never be fixed. So, as SOCIAD does, as in our social responsibility project with the ministry, with Istanbul high schools, we go into the refrigeration and climate programs of these schools, and we try to explain what possibilities there are. Also, we have started just this year, which will be expanded later, but I started as a volunteer, and I started mentoring one high school student throughout their life in school, and if it is successful, we will increase number of mentors and try to directly get into touch. I will just skip this section without further ado. I'll try to answer your questions later. Thank you very much for listening to me and for your time. Thank you very much. All of these efforts, how will they make a change? We have discussions on government subsidies and other themes. We have a dear colleague, Dr. Meral Gündüz, associate member of climate change, and she will talk about her recommendations on this. I would like to welcome all of the participants. We have listened to valuable presentations in an interactive way, and I hope we will continue this way. And we hope we have an enjoyable time. Today I will talk about a different dimension of the refrigeration industry. We listened to technical details and different aspects of this industry. I'd like to talk about a different dimension, and as you know, I'd like to start with the process we are involved globally, which is sustainability, sustainable development, and the green transition period that we are currently in. And where does it come from? We are all experiencing impacts of climate change. We are going through a climate crisis, and countries are trying to manage and handle. If we don't manage this well, we are consuming the resources of today's world. However, the resources we will transfer to other generations will be depleted. We are warming the earth and creating a damage for future. We're both depleting the resources, and also we are creating a serious danger for the livability of other generations. 1.5 degrees will pose serious threats, and 2.2 degrees of warming will end life. It started with Kyoto Protocol, and now UN climate change agreement is agreement. We are part of it as Turkey. 998 countries are part, and the protocol says that economic development is currently not sustainable. Nature and environment must play an important role in this development. Sustainable development must have 17 goals, and they need to be supported by these 17 SDGs. And these SDGs impact all countries. Individuals are also responsible. We are here together as refrigeration industry. What are the impacts on the refrigeration industry? Well, we talked about economy, circular economy, and other topics, but today I will particularly mention the goal 7 and 12. 12 says responsible consumption, and 17 says strengthen the means of implementation to revitalize the global partnerships. The F-gas, it has a circular dimension as well. So 12 and 17, these two are the particular ones. Water come into play as well, but sustainability of refrigeration can be linked to the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. We need to start the picture from this goals. And these particular two goals, I'd like to mention you about where these are leading to us and how we need to focus on this green transition. Green transition is impacting all of the industries. They want the factories to blossom flowers. If factories blossom flowers, then the threats on life and crisis would be managed. Yes, world population is increasing. Our consumption habits have been very high as a trend. We still continue, but we are currently changing and transforming. At the same time, greenhouse gas emissions increased, and now we are in the middle of climate crisis. Greenhouse gas emissions, moving away from these and moving away from emissions, low carbon economy, using resources in an effective way, and also in having a long lifespan of a product, and then recycling instead of making it a waste is currently is the process. So how do we view green process? It's about reduction of environmental impacts and making it more green. Within this transition process, refrigeration industry is linked very closely with technology because there's innovation, digitalization, and also if you put the financing as well, in order to implement 17 SDGs, we need other horizontal supportive elements. So innovation and digitalization is important. Barış mentioned about F-gas standards and units and cooling agents, and which technologies will change, what technologies we need to change in our companies, in what areas we will use R&D, in what areas we will do digitalization. These are only the aspects waiting in front of us to tackle from the F-gas perspective. Subsidies for green transformation should be viewed from this perspective. And this presentation will be published on the website of SOSIAT. I will share some links. We have limited time. There is many different sub-segments in the refrigeration industry, and you will need different types of subsidies, but you can access them through these links. You can find detailed information and updated information through these links.
Peki böyle bir
So yes, there is need for green transformation, and this would only be possible with finance. Every transformation would require finance. At which point do we stand in transformation, and where will we need finance? Well, if we're at the stage of investment and if this is going to be a process related with management, Ministry of Industry and Ministry of Energy will have to support us. On the point of foreign trade, the support of the Ministry of Trade will be important for us. So as we are benefiting from subsidies related with green transformation, we need to see which stage we're at and which ministries will be offering some subsidies to us, or which institutions will contribute to my innovation and digitization through which projects. And trade, the Ministry of Industry and Technology, and as the honorary member showed, we've organized a seminar together with their general directorate in the area. At this stage of investments, the Ministry of Industry also has some subsidies in place for green transformation. It would all vary depending on which industry you're operating in. World Bank provides certain funds and finance to the Ministry of Industry. So green industry project is being carried out in coordination with TÜBİTAK and COSGAP, and they are going to be granting this particular beneficiary. The Ministry of Industry supports efficiency boosting projects and voluntary projects. The Ministry of Trade, in the meantime, provides support for export operations, but two of them are highlights for you. One is the entry to market certification and design certification. So because with F-gas, many technologies will have to be revisited and rethought, and many design processes will have to be redefined, and that's why we will need additional support. So when we have a look at it from this angle, at the stage of production, the Ministry of Industry and Technology and the General Directorate of Foreign Capital will be helpful for us. At the stage of investment, we may find some sources there, and the green industry project is being carried out by the Ministry of Industry in coordination with COSGAP and TÜBİTAK. It would be good for you to have a look at it, and COSGAP and two institutions under the umbrella of the Ministry of Industry, because energy efficiency support program is important, and as Gökçe said, energy is a focus for us. Yes, circularity is important, but energy is much more important. Energy efficiency is much more important. In that particular regard, we have an energy efficiency program. As for TÜBİTAK, we have international projects as well. As we search and look through these the support mechanisms, we need to have a look at banks for the financing aspect of it. At the stage of investment, I'm sure there are companies who have taken out loans from these banks, but one thing worth considering is your size. Is it a medium-scale company, a large-scale company? As for if you're undertaking a large-scale investment, when you go to a bank, they will say you need to have a look at the Global Compact, because this is about the 17 Sustainable Development Goals set by the United Nations. For investments of about $1 million USD, you have to comply with green finance. So your investment needs to be in line with green taxonomy. Otherwise, I'm not going to extend any credit to you. So this is the point that they've reached right now. As for sustainable finance, you need to take into account these factors, because United Nations Global Compact is important, and there are signatories who have basically been part of it, and these are the banks that have put their signatures on that. For the EBRD, European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, you need to look at them as well, and from January onwards, they will check if an investment is green. It's going to be applicable for the entire world, not only for Turkey. Otherwise, they're not going to support any investments. So this is how we need to look and evaluate our investments, and investments need to be sustainable in green terms. So the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, they have two types of subsidies, and here are the support mechanisms that they support. One is energy efficiency improving mechanisms. By the way, 30th of October is the deadline for it, for the projects to boost energy efficiency. Well, this project has been implemented many times in the past, and it's been quite successful. Many beneficiaries have been here already, and the applications are ongoing right now. So energy efficiency improving project support is ongoing. So waste heat is important, I guess. So in that particular respect, only electric engines, them being replaced with the new ones, no. But waste heat recovery and process optimization, they are all part of this subsidy. So it is important to monitor the subsidies in place in real time, because support mechanisms basically adapt themselves according to the subsegments that you are operating in. So at which point of green transformation will I need what kind of support, and how should I move? This would be your perspective. As for voluntary contract support for energy density, if you commit to reducing your energy density by 10% at least, you will be entitled to some big subsidies as well. For production, two ministries are quite active. If you would like to have export operations, you have certain barriers apart from customs. One is standards, documentation, technical specifications, and analysis. And when you look at it from this perspective, you need certain entity market certifications and documentation. You need to have them at hand. Well, I am talking about design, by the way. Yes, apologies. Yes, you will need to have some documents, and one is, well, we all start from investments, as we said. If you're starting from investments, your facility, your plant, your building will have to have a green LEED certificate. So you need to have green building certificates right at the beginning of everything. This is what you need. You need to have this certificate. And energy efficiency we talked about, and I would also like to put it this way: the Ministry of Energy, well, 50,001 energy management certification is something that they want, for example. So for carbon footprint, 14,064. For water footprint, 14,046. For the technical specification, CE tag or icon is important. As for sustainability, we also need global reporting initiative, and sustainability report has to be submitted. Again, the scale matters here. Or the Turkish Standards Institute, this is an accredited institution. If you're getting an entity market document, it's an accredited institution, and you need this certification. So such documentation will be covered by 50% by the ministry. So 4 million Turkish lira per company can be granted. So under today's conditions, competition is transforming as well. Yes, you have to get ready for green transformation, and you have to study certain considerations, and you need to certify it. You need to have it certified. This is not mandatory, and this is a barrier apart from customs. And as you are getting these documentations, you can basically apply for the support provided by the ministry in that regard. And I have never considered it from this particular angle, but design is quite important for this industry. The design of the processes and design of the products, so they're important, and some design work will be needed probably along the way. And the Ministry of Trade also supports these processes. It's quite important, and this can be quite useful and beneficial for the industry. I wanted to share this with you because this includes employment, equipment, machinery, software. So at the stage of design in the cooling industry, for example, you would need certain points where you need to be supported. So this could be useful for you. Another important topic is the support for green transformation. At international level, some projects have been carried out, and if you would like to carry out similar projects, or let me put it this way, green transformation, the would never be something that can be achieved by a single country or a single enterprise. And because we need sustainability, that's why we need collaboration, unity. Collaboration with universities, public sector, private sector, companies, they all need to be coming together. And all these 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 17, is related with the activities of the cooling industry as well, because support is not in the form of cash only. You can have certain collaborations as well, and this is how you can derive the transformation that the industry is very much in need. So transformation, well, HUBAC is a great project, right, for SDG 7 sectors and enterprises coming together, uniting forces. So in SDG 17, when we have a look at it again, to be TAC as a new program called Horizon Europe, and under this scope, there are many calls for projects, and projects and collaborations can be carried out with the EU, and the Horizon Europe program is important in that regard as well. When you look at all the calls here, you will have access to grants and funds and tenders announced by the EU, and Horizon program carried out by the European Union. What kind of projects are there on the ground? What kind of grants are provided to them? And in line with SDG 17, with whom you need to collaborate, and all these instructions are available. So you will need to come to me with 3 EU countries, 1 university participant, an NGO participant. I will need that, for example, it says to you. And this is how they position the projects. You will have access to all these projects if you have a look at it. And I'm saying it because the support is not only about finance. When it comes to green transformation networks matter a lot here. And the projects carried out already, you also see them. Well, any projects carried out in your industry, how was it funded, how was it finalized? And in technical terms, these projects will show you where green transformation is headed, I guess, and that's why I wanted to share this with you. So today, from today onwards, green transformation and how it is supported by the government. Well, by the way, very soon we will have a seminar on the 10th of November. Istanbul Chamber of Industry will have a seminar called on energy related subsidies, and it's going to be a webinar. And if you're interested, these are also linked with the subsidies provided by the Ministry of Industry, cost cap subsidies. Istanbul Chamber of Industry has had many endeavors in that area, and I just wanted to communicate that to you. And the Ministry of Trade also organizes regular seminars and webinars, and you may visit the website to find out what kind of subsidies are in place. And from today onwards, especially for the investment phase, which institutions provide which subsidies. For example, if you wonder, you may want to have a look at the last website of support for investment. And this may be agricultural development, it may be, let's say, the Ministry of Trade, all the institutions and organizations and the grants and the subsidies they offer. You may find them, and all the current announcements and communications are also available on the last website. And what matters is what you need at what stage, and which institution will help you with what kind of subsidy that they have in place. And that's why it's good for you to have a good command of all these sources of information, and it's good for you to take part in seminars. I try to make much of my time, and thank you very much for your attention.
Meral Hanım'a teşekkür ediyoruz ama
Thank you, Meral, but I'm keeping you on stage. Other panelists. Gökşin, Kadir İsa, Barış. Well, yes, we're going to have 10 minutes in total. If you have any questions, contributions, I wonder to the panelists. Microphone, please. I have a question for Kadir. F-gas leakage test. As we're logging in after the leakage test, operators log in on the system and then we need to approve it. And customers have a problem here. And for the ministry, probably the ministry causes these problems. I wonder if there is any attempt to solve this. I can't speak on behalf of the ministry, I guess. This is the first time I'm hearing this. Maybe other panelists would like to say something. Quite an individual, a singular one, singular problem indeed. I'm going to take a note of that, but when I have the chance to have a word with them, I will raise this. Thank you. I'm trying to understand the question. Is this a system-related problem, or is this related with firms who don't really like doing this? It is system-related. Because operators, as we call them, don't sometimes want to come into the system. No, they can't log in. The system breaks. Okay, I'm going to work on that. These systems have been recently deployed and there will be certain enhancements to that, I guess. But if I'm not mistaken, there is a point where we can communicate and to just keep it there as well. So you can send a message there on the portal, on the system, because it basically is conveyed to relevant people. It is important to do it when you're there facing the problem, because it may be related with the person dealing with the procedure, it may be related with the system. Well, at least write it at the moment that you're facing it. And this would also mean a practical task for us as for F-gas transformation and practical problems that we face. Please submit them to us, because we'll work on what kind of solutions we can generate, and then we can make it a point for discussion in future activities. Anıl Yeşilbaş. While exporting to European Union, a quota is going to be in place, and this is something that can be assigned and transferred. Which companies have this competency? I did a product and I'm going to sell it. Can I use the quota of another company? Is there a material gain? What are they trying to protect with that? I shared it as a link. By the 31st of December, all the companies that the European Commission has authorized for quota, you'll find a list of it. All those companies can have a quota. And an importer in the European Union if an importer is to import a pre-charged aircon unit, they will have a look at this list on the European F-gas portal. They can basically transfer quota, and of course there is a fee included. And here is one thing. Well, this is not really about you. The person who is in the European Union has to have this capability. And we have two types of quota, virgin and bulk. Refrigerant import is another quota. And for the equipment and for equipment containing gas and for import of that, you need another quota. And one is something that you purchase and there is no deadline for it or expiry date. You can use it for years. And the other one is a deserved quota from the previous import activities, from the gas imported in the past. And the part that you're unable to consume, it burns, it's waived, and new quota is allocated. What matters here is that you have the quota that is needed for pre-charged equipment, and that quota is needed with the device itself. And this is something that importers are aware of already. And there are some exceptions as well. For example, products with small amounts of charge, you can still export them. So 2,500 GWP, this is now much lower in Europe. So you need to see 150 GWP and below. And fluorinated greenhouse gas, it is not considered as GHG anymore. So this is not subject to quotas. And if you manufacture it at the standards that the European Union desires, quota does not really matter much. It's only part of the puzzle. So this is a regulation, and the products to be exported to the EU need to be in alignment with many other regulations. And when you blend all these topics together with F-gas, you won't really have any barriers when it comes to your entry to market in Europe. So there is not really a barrier for devices like that. I mean, the devices that you produce at the levels that the EU desires. 100 tons of CO2 equivalent. Below that, it is not subject to quotas. And every year it's revised by the European Commission, and on its website, the companies that need to have quota on 15% of these companies are renewed every year in order to prevent any monopolies.
Ben teşekkür ediyorum. Süremizin sonuna
I'd like to thank you. We're approaching the end of our time. We will present a plate to our panelists. They have been here for about 2 hours, and we discussed the future of refrigeration sector and vocational capabilities. Thank you very much for your contributions. Mr. Kadir İsa, thank you very much. Mr. Barış Uçaner, thank you very much for your contributions. And Ms. Dr. Meral Gündüz, thank you very much for your contributions. Before closing this session, as you can all see, we have an application on the next stand. But before moving on there, we would like to have a photograph together with Kemal Bey, which is our manager, putting effort in the background. Finally, I'd like to emphasize that we have the League of Masters continued all day next to us, and tomorrow we have the League of Future Masters. And these cover students from technical high schools starting from 11 until 4 or 5 p.m. tomorrow. They will be involved in a competition, and they will come here, and the main aim is to support and incentivize the high school students, making them a better technicians and making a small contribution to the future of this sector. Thank you very much for your contributions, and hope to see you in future events.
Pointer'la alakalı bir problem var. Çalışma. Tamam. Tamam. Herkese merhaba. Hepiniz hoş geldiniz.
Welcome, good afternoon to all.
Proje müdürü olarak
I am project manager and a mechanical engineer. And today I work at Form an industry company, and I will talk about industrial heat recovery application and heat pumps. And we will talk about the benefits to the users. First of all, we will talk about two types of terms that have entered our lives that we'll discuss. One is decarbonization and the other one is electrification. Looking at the definitions of these, decarbonization is in a industrial or energy facility, reducing the carbon footprint, any applications to reduce carbon footprint in an electrical facility. And electrification means that whenever you use a machinery or equipment, the energy source used for that machinery, turning these to electricity. And why are these two terms important? Because the world is taking a lot of measures to reduce carbon footprint. Let us look at the state in Turkey, and also we will look at what we are doing, what is being done in terms of heat recovery. First of all, let's look at the situation in Turkey. Here we're talking about an important data. When you use 1 kilowatt hour of electricity, the carbon emission to nature is 0.44 kilograms. And when we compare this with natural gas, for 1 kilowatt hour of energy, 0.20 kilogram carbon dioxide is emitted to the nature. I'm sure you have noticed one striking point. Electricity use today emits more carbon dioxide compared to the use of natural gas. And the reason for this is very clear. As Turkey, the sources we use for electricity generation, 56 of these resources come from fossil fuels, and coal is number one. Carbon emission of coal is very high compared to renewable energy. For this, in Turkey, when we generate electricity, we're not in a very favorable position. But will we continue this way? Currently, there's a graph published by Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, which shows that Turkey is investing highly in renewable energy, and we are trying to decrease our fossil fuel use. This was 41% of energy was created from renewable resources in 2021, and in 2022 it was 44%, and even more increasing now. So the point is that countries all over the world are trying to get rid of fossil fuels to supply for their demands, and the top demand is for heating. Usually the industrial facilities use fossil fuels for heating, And the final graphic I'm sharing is that if you look at the economy of Turkey, you will see the current account deficit represented by the yellow bar, and the energy is represented by the green bar, and the USD dollar price of Brent oil you can see in the red line. So the reason we are dependent on external is the root cause of this is fossil fuels. So for this reason, we are required to have heating generated by electricity, and I'll try to explain applications of this in the industry. Now, we are in SODEX fair, so HAVOC is our main focus here, climate is main focus. What equipments we are using? This is a standard chiller graphic. And this device, you can see that works to cool a certain space. If this device can also generate heating, then it's called a heat pump. You can see that if there's their energy moves from high amount of energy to a place where there's low amount of energy. If you want to move this to the opposite direction, you need an equipment, and this is what this equipment is for. If an equipment can provide heating and cooling at the same time, we call it a heat recovery chiller. In heat recoveries in HAVOC usually are done through these kinds of devices. Let me show you some examples of applications. You will see the graphic of annual load profile of a factory located in Turkey. Let's look at the details. In January, there is 200 kilowatts of cooling load and 900 kilowatts of heating load. In summer, the heating load is almost zero, and however, the cooling load continues. So what we are saying is that when there is a gap and below this line, you don't need to spend any money. This will be a saving for you. So heat recovery is saving for you, and this will be impacting your carbon footprint, because the energy requirement required in this gap is can be supplied through heat recovery. These are some of the applications. You will see that Clivets, air-based heat recovery, and it has a capacity of 500 to 1000 kilowatts and can produce 60 degrees of water heat. Hot water can produce 60 degrees of hot water. This represents cooling. The right-hand side represents heating. So when this device is doing the first process, from the wastewater, you can generate the hot water. By enabling this, for instance, when you are producing hot water through natural gas, you don't need to use natural gas any longer. You can achieve that through electricity. And why are we talking about this type of device? Because this is air-based heat recovery device. Let's remember the previous graph. You will see that there's a load profile annually, and you can see that there's imbalances between heating and cooling. In a standard circle, your heating capacity would be, let's say, 20 to 30% higher than your cooling capacity. However, there is 200 kilowatts of some is 200 kilowatt to 900 kilowatt difference, and then you need a different device. If you are doing 200 kilowatts of cooling and 900 kilowatts of heating, the remaining 600 kilowatts is recovered. However high you have a heating requirement, you don't need another heating. You can use heat recovery. Let's say throughout the year there is a balanced distribution of heating and cooling. There is 200 kilowatts of cooling and 250 kilowatts of heating. In this case, we don't need a separate device for heat recovery. Let's say left-hand side is heating, other side is cooling. The heating coming from your facility, we will have heat recovery and help you get hot water to 65 degrees. This is very important because energy is currently, if you look at the unit costs, energy is one of the highest items. If you use such kind of application and make your natural gas use zero, then the unit cost of this equipment is beneficial to you, and these companies are stronger in the market. It helps them to be stronger. Now I talked about 60 degrees. Then I said the hot water can be up to 65 degrees. Let's say if you are using heating for comfort, you can do this for 80 degrees, 60 or 50 degrees. The difference is only in your internal unit transferring the energy to a specified location. Well, whatever degree you request is depending on the capacity of the equipment. Let's say this device with a make of clivet, this device can generate hot water of up to 65 degrees. If your need is less than 65 degrees, for instance, you have a need for 55 degrees, the device can just use 1 unit of energy and generate 6.66 units of heating cooling energy. This is critical because in these types of cooling or heat recovery units, only the compressor uses energy. So the compressor, if we reduce its work from 65 to 55, we can contribute to the efficiency of this device, and we can keep the energy stable, the heat recovery stable. So if you reduce the heat, your recovery will be higher. So after touching upon efficiency, we will talk about the mostly requested topic by the industry, which is being able to generate steam. Well, you can make comfort heating, but you cannot produce steam. Let me give you an example. For instance, pasteurization is used very commonly in the food industry to get rid of the harmful bacteria in dairy product. And the required degree is in pasteurization is more than 100 degrees. And to enable this is we need to have a heat pump or heat recovery equipment that can produce higher than 100 degrees. This is what the market demands from us. So what do we do in these cases? You will see a standard water cooling group and the condenser side. and it works between 7-15 degrees, and it sends a wastewater of 30 to 35 degrees or up to 40 degrees wastewater that's sent to cooling tower. But you can think of this in your production center. It can be any source with low degrees in your production center that you can produce. It has to be wastewater and low degrees. So what we do is that we take these low temperatures, 35 to 40 degrees, and we can generate water of up to 100 degrees. In order to produce steam, you can use these devices without using any fossil fuels. For this reason, in terms of manufacturers of HVAC, they have these technologies. For instance, in metal production, there's a requirement for a heat of 600 degrees. It's not possible to do this with electricity, but it is possible to produce 100 degrees. Currently, you can produce this through wastewater. When we are designing these processes or implementing them on the field, what are the critical aspects we need to take into consideration? In order to reduce energy costs, we are making these applications. However, considering the current energy prices, the heat pumps COP value, let me show you, go back. The COP value, which is the level of cooling or heating per unit, an energy unit, this COP must be higher than 2.5. If this equals to 2.5 and you compare with the current electricity or natural gas, it's break even. But if we can provide devices with 4 or 6 COPs. So for COP values above 2.5, you don't produce, you can apply heat recovery in your own facility without generating carbon. And if you have wastewater in your facility with a degree of 30-35 degrees, you can increase it up to 100 degrees. And this will provide you energy saving. To give you an example of some of the projects we implement, there is a facility with 5 to 10 degrees of cooling, which required heating of 65 degrees. And we did implement this heat recovery for 1 year. And the client who requested this had reduced its natural gas consumption to 0 throughout this year, and they use no natural gas thanks to these systems. And let me just conclude by saying that I said at the beginning as well, carbon footprint is at a very important stage in Europe. US has now a commitment to have zero carbon footprint by 2025, and in Turkey this goal is to be achieved by 2053. We are required 33 terawatts of energy as Turkey, but Turkey has a goal to achieve by 2053, and the world is moving away from fossil fuels and towards electricity to supply their heating needs. And in Turkey, in our industry, there is a huge transformation in this regard. And you will see in the future that these applications of heat pumps will be required by all of them, and you will see them very commonly. These will be all I will talk about. Thank you very much for listening. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Sanırım soru olmayacak. Son olarak
At Hall 4, we have our booth. Anyone who wishes, you're more than welcome.
Merhaba. Sesim geliyor mu? İsmim Gökhan Güngör. Mikrofon. Öyle mi? Şu an? Tamam. İsmim Gökhan Güngör. Kariyer
Gökhan Güngör is my name. Kariyer Isı Transfer is where I'm working. I have a history with them for the past decade, and I am the R&D director at this company. Kariyer has been a player in this industry for the past 44 years. It has water, batteries, and heat recovery devices. We are based in Akhisar, and our head office is in Istanbul. I will talk about cold chamber practices for agricultural products. We have R&D activities, and you will see the results of our R&D activities. Evaporator selection parameters. Well, you may want to have design, capacity, fluids, and temperatures or evaporation temperatures are important parameters. Geometric shapes and cubic evaporators are sold mostly, but for areas with narrow volumes, some corner products are also preferred, or you can have evaporators with two vents. And installation spot is also important, and it has a direct impact on cold warehouse. Evaporators in Turkey and their installation is related with an existing cold chamber, so you do not really design from scratch. And the product to be cooled, and storing conditions and relative humidity, they're important factors. Air of pre-cooler. There are some produce after harvesting in the first 6 hours. Some 90% of the cooling should be done, and if you fail to do so, the product will go bad, and the fruit quality will go down, and some deformation and some disformations, disfigurations, and diseases may occur. And in order to improve the life cycle of products in the cold chamber, we use pre-cooling, and this product is used for this purpose. We have 4 preliminary cooling methods. One is water cooling. You may pick carrots, for example, when you use a hose. It may have an impact on the product, and sometimes you shock freeze some other products like asparagus and broccoli, and vacuum is mostly applied on lettuce and we also have the preliminary cooling with cold air, and but this depends on the type of the fruits, though, like the requirements for pre-cooling. Well, this is used as a pre-cooling storage. It can also be used in the storage of agricultural products or for food that needs to be cooled in a short period of time. As you are having pre-cooling, there are some parameters. The first is the product shouldn't lose from its water, and the product shouldn't be at the freezing temperature, and droplets should not be in contact with the product. Some advantages with that is that it's clean and easy, it's quick, and high heat transfer performance, And most important aspect is low installation and maintenance costs. Disadvantages include it is relatively slower compared to vacuum cooling. And with this product, this is an alternative product for cold chain storage in agricultural industry. And this is how you have a product that provides pre-cooling with air. You reduce the cooling load in cold storage, you reduce energy costs, and you make sure that you keep the freshness. A fruit like apple, if you leave it outside without pre-cooling, it has a storage reduction of 1 week, and you may even see some losses of up to 1 month. So after the harvesting of such products, it's quite important. Pre-cooling is quite important because once the quality of the product drops, you will have its implications in your numbers, commercial numbers. And it's also you need to also prevent sudden freezing. If you put the product in the cold storage, immediately you need an intermediary cooling area. This is how you basically slow down the cooling and prevent this dissemination of microorganisms. If the speed is slower, the interior structure of the product is more exposed to risks and going bad. So this is the cabin and exchanger, and we have a fan here that allows us to exchange air. Exchanger and fan selection of that, we may use axial fans, and they are resilient against high statical pressure, and it needs to be absorbent. Standard products from 1 to 3 fans. We have a range here, and this is a product optimized for lower operational temperatures. Normally the operations should be at 4 to 10 Celsius degrees, and it has a high heat transfer surface area, and you have less loss of pressure on the air side. So exterior static pressure, it is high. As for standard products, we have 2 hot-way options. So 10 kilowatts to 50 kilowatts, you can have a cooling capacity of this range from a single product. The second type is the standing or ground coolers. You use it, floor coolers, and if it's not necessary to have it mounted on the wall, you can use this. And with a single product, you can have high capacities of below 0 Celsius degrees, and a battery will be included in that, and you use some fans on top of it as well. During defrosting, the cold chamber needs to be heated at minimum levels, and this is how we prevent losses of energy. And this is how we basically prevent the need to re-cool the room as well. Well, we mostly use this to store agricultural products in boxes and in bags, and you use it in warehouses with high racks. And it is easy for you to circulate cold air. And this is the way to install the floor units. You may need to use multiple units, and for maintenance and repair, not a single person is needed. But you can basically do it from beneath, from the bottom of the unit. You install it on the floor. This is an advantage. And you don't need to create any change in the cold chamber architecture, so you can continue using the existing cold chamber. and it doesn't really intervene in the normal course of things because you just address all additional requirements. As you are installing this product, you can have a high capacity with this product, and we wanted it to have a bigger battery design, and it basically occupies a small space. And requirements and needs: accessibility, easy accessibility, convenience of maintenance and repair, and easy defrosting procedures. Fan and exchangers, it is a horizontal battery and vertical fan design is there. We have two options: one is vertical, the other is horizontal. And pre-cooling, this is resilient to exterior static pressure. It has a fan diameter of 630 millimeters. And some construction advantages we have here: collector protection sheets we have, because there is a risk of forklifts hitting it, and you need to be protecting collectors. And it also has a condensation tray, and it has some protrusions, and for all the condensation water it can collect it there. And this is how you redirect the air upwards. We have different design options from 1 to 3 fans. 2 types of fans can be used: axial fans, for example, or duck fans can be used. Standard products from 10 Celsius degrees to 55 minus 35 Celsius degrees. You can even use it for ice cream. And minus 8 Celsius degrees for household operations. You can have standard designs up to 85 kilowatts. And one advantage of that is the use of ducts. The third product is a very general product: EADEA fruit evaporators. This is a cubic type. This is a cubic device that has been customized. Every fruit and vegetable has its own storage temperatures, and it has different requirements for relative humidity. And the materials being stored, they shouldn't lose their moisture. And this is the list: apple, apricots, palms, plums, and pomegranates. You can say the first column is about the storage temperatures. The second column stands for temperature changes and how much it should be. The third and fourth columns are about oxygen and CO2 levels. The fifth column stands for cold storage and relative humidity. And the last column is about the shelf life. The intended purpose of these products is to help store the products in more ideal conditions, offering ideal ambient temperature and maintaining their relative humidity for fruits and vegetables. And the most important difference of that is air temperature and delta T, and identifying it according to fruit and vegetables. And cabin design, booth design, where we are using a collector for droplets. This is how we prevent droplets from being in touch with the products in the storage. And we use a blowing exchanger. And the one on the right-hand side is the standard product. The one on the left hand side is fruit evaporator, and you see the openings and the lengths of the product, and we standardize it. And general features of these products include standard series. You have large designs, so fan diameters, they allow us to address certain needs. It has an ideal battery design. We have blowing distances of 10 meters to 30 meters. Earnings with these products include maintenance of the humidity levels for fruits and vegetables. The fourth product is the dehumidification evaporators, because some products will not really tolerate humidity, some seeds, potatoes and onions. So 35% to 65% you need to keep it in the cold chamber. But how to dehumidify this? When you want to dehumidify it, you use an evaporator and then you use a warming battery. So having to use two different products would mean extra cost and extra space. As dehumidification evaporators would basically mean you using a single product, and after the airflow, the inflow of air and its relative humidity is minimized as much as possible. So two evaporators, EADD and EBDD, cubic. We have fan diameters of 350 to 500 millimeters, and extra static air pressure we have there. This is dehumidification evaporators in cubic type with fan designs of 250 millimeters to 350 millimeters. With evaporators, optimum indoor air quality can be attained. You can use only a single product, and this has cost advantages and space advantages. And last but not least, we have banana evaporators. We have double blow designs and cubic designs. This is specific to banana for its aging, for its maturity. It's a popular commodity, banana, and it is important to store it well. And like other products, the high static pressure is mandatory for that. And this list shows a small picture of global and local banana production. We export banana, and that's why it is important to protect and store it, preserve and store it. We need to keep it at 12 Celsius degrees. The range is up to 16 Celsius degrees. Oxygen value of 2 to 5 and CO2 value of 2 to 5. And it has a storage life of 24 days on average. And we want to keep banana at better conditions, ideal ambient temperature we'd like to attain, and both a quick and equally distributed cooling is what we need. As for yellowing and maturity procedures, a yellowing of 20 to 28 degrees, and for maturity 14 to 20 degrees, and 90 up to 95% of relative humidity. And we need air circulation 25 to 30 times in an hour. And general specifications: high heat transfer, static external pressure fans, and the fan diagrams are also quite convenient here. And these are standard products up to 29 kVs. We use resilient fans with resistance of 150 ESP, and we can also replace the product if needed. And this one is a capacity range of up to 29 kV. And we use double batteries here to reach higher capacities, and we have bidirectional airflows, and we can have production in desired designs and capacities. Earnings, the local producers will have their requirements met with a local brand and local product. Thank you. And for your questions, you may reach us or you may visit us at our booth.
İyi mi? Teşekkürler. Works well? Yeah. Sounds good. Is it working? Can you hear anything? No? Can you hear a little bit? Okay, it's the last presentation of today, so let's try to keep it very interesting so that we still have a little bit energy left for today. So anyway, I will be introducing a little bit about Oilon company and what Oilon is doing and what is our future view and what kind of services and products Oilon is offering. So just very generally, Oilon is a 60-year-old family company, privately owned. We are manufacturing burners and heat pumps. We have about 400 employees and a turnover around 90 million euros. Oilon has 5 factories. So we are manufacturing combustion systems, burners, and then we are manufacturing heat pumps. We have 3 factories for burners and 2 factories for the heat pumps. We have a burner factory in our headquarters in Lahti. Then we have a burner factory in Wuxi, and then we have a burner factory in Thomasville, Georgia. And the heat pumps we are manufacturing in central part of Finland and the north part of Finland. Oilon is operating globally every continent. We have partners and offices globally almost everywhere, so we will provide basically services and sales in every continent and every country. We have at least one partner that we operate with. Oilon general vision is, of course, solving the sustainability puzzle. So climate change, we have products to attack those issues, and that's our mission, is to provide the most sustainable combustion systems and heat pump equipment. So we have 2 types of heat pumps. We have the residential side, commercial market ground source heat pumps, real estate ground source heat pumps, and then we have industrial heat pumps. Unique thing about the industrial heat pumps is that we are basically one of the only companies in the world who can produce 120 degrees hot water. So that is a very unique ability, and it will also allows us to access the process industry with heat pumps. So we are able to recover heat from 30 degrees hot water and raise it up to 120 degrees, which is basically only technology in the world that can be producing this. With combustion systems, which we are focusing today, is we have one of the largest capacity range in the world and also lowest emission range in the world for these burners. So we will go from 100 kilowatt up to 90 megawatt with our burners, and we have also supplied some 100 megawatt burners for some special applications. So almost all the capacity range that is needed. Unique thing about Oilon, looking at is that we have a selection tool, which is a configurator, and it is up-to-date, in-house made, so that we are keeping updating that all the time. It's a very efficient tool for any of our partners to select the product, whether it's heat pump or burner, and you are also able to get quotation and prices through that. So if you are our dealer, you are able to provide quotation in 10 minutes for your customer with correct products and all the technical details. This you cannot find from any other competitors globally, selection tool up to date like this. Our focus on the combustion technology is in ultra-low NOx combustion, both large and small capacities. I will a little bit introduce those products you in soon. Hydrogen and P2X fuels are coming more and more popular. So Oilon has 20 years experience on combusting hydrogen, both hydrogen mixtures, but also 100% hydrogen, which is becoming more and more hot topic nowadays. Another thing we focus is the biofuels, biogases and bio-oils. We have been doing that also quite a long time, more than 30 years. We have been supplying different types of biofuels, and we have also in Finland renewable energy laboratory where we are testing this. So we are very common with biofuels. At the same time, of course, multi-gas burners and ammonia combustion and all the other trending fuels are in our focus points. Adding all the special fuels that Oilon is focusing, so Oilon is doing anything with gas and liquid fuels, so anything but 100% pure water we are able to combust easily. Whether it's a low caloric value fuel or high caloric value fuel, we have the solutions for you. So Oilon has the volume products for standardized products, but we also do tailor-made products for all kinds of markets globally. So any liquid and gaseous fuel you have, we have the solution and also references for you. Here you can see our monoblock burner family. So integrated combustion air fan for typically fire tube boilers, but also other dryers and other applications. Capacity range up to 13 megawatts. Production in 3 different facilities, and we are also stocking these products so they are available with very quick lead times. Then we have a dual block burner family with going up to 90 megawatt for all different types of industries, kilns, ovens, water tube boilers, fire tube boilers, dryers, smelters, steel industry, any process industry applications that are needed, we have the dual block solutions for those. Oilon main focus has been focusing in the low NOx gas combustion, and this is the short history of how we have been developing our burners. 1970 we were with gas combustion over 200 milligram, and nowadays we are reaching the zero emissions. We have already delivered burners to 5 milligram NOx level, which is the world record. There is no any other company so far who has direct fired supplied these combustion systems. So we have taken big steps in the low NOx technology, and we keep developing that into further. Our most sold unit globally is we have more than 3,000 deliveries for the ACE burner. This we have delivered from 3 megawatt up to 90 megawatt. Very good low emission and cost effective product for different kind of applications. Either with the FGR or without FGR, emissions are usually fulfilling all the strictest emission rules globally. We have developed different types of products recently. We have our new ACE burner. So this one was the version 1. We have sold 3,000 units, and now we have developed a second generation product to reach even lower emissions. And here you can see the difference between those two products. ACE 1 is reaching basically without FGR about 60 milligram emissions, and ACE 2 is reaching below 10 milligram emission with higher O2 levels, and with 3% O2 level we can reach about 30 milligram emissions. So really low emission levels in gas combustion world nowadays, and most of the markets that you see these strict emission regulations are China, Central Europe, and North America. Here you can see some pictures of this new developed product, which is now also in commercial use. So we are also now selling these worldwide and promoting them. All our development has been done with CFD calculations. We have our own in-house CFD calculation team, and they are developing virtually all our burners, and after we have good results from the CFD, then we will move forward in manufacturing those products. This is the newest development for the fire tube boilers, up to 5 milligram, 2.5 ppm. We have about 100 deliveries already globally to United States and China and Europe. It's a lowest emission product that you can possibly find, based on premix combustion technology, but very different from other premix burners. So if you compare them to the mesh burners, it's a very different type of technology. You don't need to air filters. The combustion head is warranty period is the same time as any other burner, which is very different from the mesh burners, and the lifetime expectancy is same as any other gas burner. O2 level is conservatively low compared to the mesh burners, so also the efficiency of the burner is much greater than any other ultra-low NOx technology. At the moment, we have patented this globally in USA, Europe, and Asia. We have 4 different products for the LN30 family for ultra-low NOx, and they can be purchased from all of our factories. We have plenty of references for this LN30 products going up to 5 to 10 milligram. We have delivered to China. We have all the references and test reports that we can share with customers that you might be facing. We have also delivered to Fulton boilers in China. You can see the flame here. It's completely different to any other gas combustion flame that you typically see. If you compare the burners that you have commissioned or started up or seen from the back of the boiler, it's a completely different type of flame. We have also delivered these burners to the USA, to California, where they have the world's strictest emission rules. So we have also capabilities in complying with all the UL standards. This is basically the world record-breaking emissions. We reach 4 milligram emission limits in NOx in United States, and at least we have not witnessed any lower emission technology yet today. Adding a little bit about the hydrogen discussion, Oilon has a burner production so that whatever content of hydrogen you have, whether it's 20% content, 70% content, or 100% content, we have ready solutions for those. You just have to adjust sometimes the gas train, sometimes the automation based on the content of the hydrogen. But we have experiences on 100% hydrogen, 50% hydrogen, 60% hydrogen. Here is one reference from Finland for 100% hydrogen levels. Then we have done some steel industry, 60-70% hydrogen content with natural gas. And then we have done also a lot of different kind of applications all around the world for the similar 64%, 70% hydrogen levels. So just to summarize, the hydrogen part is that if you have any needs on any content of hydrogen, you can come to Oilon and we have the solutions for you. Depending on what kind of hydrogen level you have, we will adjust the solution and the automation. Town gas deliveries, we have delivered more than 100 to different parts of Asia with the 40 and 70% hydrogen content to fire tube boilers. We also focus on renewable oils, so there is a lot of discussions now about different types of renewable oils, biofuels. We have a full-scale laboratory focusing just on renewable and biofuels, both gas and liquids. We have a lot of companies sending us samples of different types of biofuels, and we are then testing them and informing them what type of combustion and energy consumption we have in those, and what kind of heating values we are able to get out of those. That was the burner part. If just want to summarize the burner part is that any gaseous, any liquid fuels, we have the solution for you. We have 3 factories, so we have also really cost-efficient solution and quick deliveries. And we have also not only for the regular gas combustion, but also for different types of emission needs. Second product line we have is the industrial heat pumps. I will just very shortly today discuss about those, but that is something that will reorganize the heating for the hot water, is that you are able to bring 100 and 120 degrees hot water with heat pump systems. So that is something very interesting to increase the efficiency also for the boilers. We are recovering the flue gases from the boilers and then recovering the heat from the flue gas and increasing the temperature on the water and increasing the efficiency on the boiler side. So, and you are also simultaneously able to provide cooling. So if you are now visiting your customers on the heating purposes, you can also provide the cooling side for the same customer and increase the efficiency and lesser the fuel consumption that they have in their boilers. So heat pumps are a very nice addition together with boilers and burners. Typical industries for the heat pumps are large real estate, process industries, and district heating networks. So in Finland, for example, every single dairy company and every single slaughterhouse meat process company has industrial heat pumps from Oilon, and they are savings just for one dairy factory can be 300,000–400,000 euros per year, depending on the consumption they have for the hot water. So just to keep in mind that it's a really, really important tool to increase the efficiency and get the processes flowing cheaper with your process customers in food and beverage industry, for example. Oilon just this year won the European #1 heat pump reward in the European Heat Pump Association. So we have also providing different types of solutions. This specific solution was utilizing ground source. It was utilizing the building waste heat, but also it was recovering the cooling water and cooling air from the air conditioning of the building. So heat pumps have a lot of multiple use purposes, and only your imagination is basically limiting that where do you want to use them and what kind of processes customers have to utilize it. So that is just something to keep in mind regarding the heat pumps. So just a few words about Oilon in general is to wrap it up is that we are very innovative company. We put more than 6% of our turnover to R&D. So we are constantly manufacturing new burners, new heat pumps, different types of fuels, different types of automation system. We have this year invested 4 million euros to redesign and modularize our whole burner family. So we will also redesign our whole combustion system to be modularized and easier to customers to build their own solutions and being more flexible on the burner end. So if you want to have a reliable, cost-effective partner who has one-stop shop with smoke burners and high-capacity burners and heat pumps for certain industries, then we would be a good partner for you. That is a small wrap-up for the day about Oilon Company, and if you have any questions, please let me know. But generally, I know that everybody is already waiting to get home, so I thank you for today. Thank you.